Hello.
Hello, good morning. Ish.
Yep.
Close
No big deal.
enough. Ha ha ha. Man, Xbox can go fuck itself.
A little
Xbox can
targeted.
go fuck its own
A little
ass
a
to
little
death.
targeted on those tweets, bruh.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry. Did your lock-on sensor detect that missiles were incoming?
It did, and then I was warned that missiles were incoming by many people.
Why didn't you
So
release the chaff?
to people that don't know, Xbox tweeted yesterday, "Hey, that little item from the beginning of the game, the one that you've kept in your bags because you think you might need it one day, you won't. Chuck it out. Go fuck yourself, Xbox." Xbox, you might not know this because you only came in like 2004, but they used to make RPGs where sometimes you needed that item at the end of the game. You might need it. You might need it.
Pat's in egg mode, by the way.
I'm an egg now.
Okay, so let's take it from the top.
All right.
Are you ankle deep in doo-doo water?
No, but there's more leaking as of yesterday.
Okay.
It came in from one corner last week, and now it's coming in from a second corner. And because of the goddamn Quebec construction holiday, I couldn't get anybody out here to even take a look at it.
Yeah. That is a problem. That is big fear for any homeowners. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You have to immediately throw all your energies and time at that. I am like, I'm not in a space like basically the rain came down so fucking crazy that like I even have problems where I am. There's a seam somewhere on the roof that causes a drip to come through, and there
is it coming through the bathroom?
No.
Oh.
there are some old ass windows that like don't do their best job holding out all the water, so that becomes a problem at times. But yeah, your equipment, your recording shit is all down there, is it not?
Here's the important stuff. I am on this side. I'm on this side of the room. The water is coming in on that side of the room.
Okay.
Like 15 feet that way.
Okay.
No, that I don't know what 20, 10, I don't know, whatever, that way. And it is not serious leakage. It's like dumping one bucket of water straight out onto the floor for the whole evening. Right? So it's like, a millimeter of water dripping out of the wall. So
Okay.
you like we have it beat with towels, right?
Yeah, okay.
But it's the fact that it is there.
Yes.
I don't like it.
So, back at my mom's place, what we had was the back door. There was two back doors. There was one that was like you take a steps to go up onto a little balcony, not balcony, a little whatever, kind of like a deck, right? Stairs up to a deck, and then you have the door, and then you had underneath that stairs going down to the basement so that you could access both from the backyard.
Right, yeah.
When the rain comes down like it did this week, it would pile up in the downstairs pathway, and the drain would like not be able to filter all of it, and it would block up. Mm-hmm. So then it would create a little pool, which the only thing keeping the pool from entering the home is one old ass door with like not so great seam in between, so like that started to become a problem. And then there was one time like after that got taken care of that so there's also a garage up front that kind of slopes downward, so again the water can build up, and an unnamed idiot that was staying at our place decided to go check to see how much water was piling up by opening the garage door while the pool of water was up against the garage door, and that was the end of the basement. So Water damage is the fucking worst, and many calls with insurance and banks and all kinds of unfun things needed to take place because that's a long ass process to deal with. The towel level drip that you can contain is indicative of a bigger problem. It's not quite as bad as it could be, but
Yeah, so it did rain at other points during the week, and no leakage happened. I am able to confirm that it's some kind of drainage issue because the 2 times that it came through the wall is during those periods of like torrential downpour for 15 minutes, where it's not the total volume over a day, it's the total volume over 10 minutes that is causing it, because it fired out of my wall last Sunday like a water gun.
Yeah, that's scary.
And it did that once. And I was like, oh, okay, great. Super. And I thought I'd be able to get somebody in here, and then I forgot about the fucking construction holiday, which only exists in Quebec. And like, if there were like 2 feet of water down here, I legitimately have no idea what my options would have been.
Now,
I don't know what I would have done.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal of shelter as intended by our caveman ancestry was to keep the rain out.
Yeah, and the snow occasionally, and possibly, wild beasts.
Defending against the elements is the singular goal.
While my shelter has failed on most of those counts, water's getting in, and so are wild beasts.
Indeed. In fact, I think I heard one. There you go.
Yeah, you totally did.
So
that's my favorite combination of events, is me going, oh, the house, oh, the water, oh god, oh, thank god I don't have to do anything this. Oh wait, no, I totally have to do everything this week. And have the busiest week I've ever had in my goddamn life.
I heard you had a baby and named it Vodka Gorbalski.
Yep. That came up a few weeks ago. That name came up because we were talking about how to pronounce it. And I'm like, Paige, there's no correct pronunciation. The games don't agree. We're just going to go look at the Wreck-It Ralph clip to just let's signify that in canon. And I'm like, if you want to go real nuts, we can name him Vodka Garblovsky. And she's like, what? Why? It's like, because that's his real name. Yeah.
Yeah, I my understanding of it is that what you're hearing is a Japanese company use an announcer to say a name, and then as time goes on, they take a couple cracks at it until perhaps they land on one where they ask somebody, perhaps from Russia, what it should be. And so you go from Gief to Gief.
So there is a Mr. Zangief in the real world. There's a wrestler named Zangief or Zangiev. He's a big Russian wrestler, and you look at him and you're like, oh yeah, there it is. But like, it was like 25 years before the pronunciation was updated in SF5.
4.
After,
yeah,
4 is the one that changed it.
In 4, you got the guy going Zangief. Like, yeah, it feels like they didn't do a check on these international names.
Yeah. So, and then you look at Wreck-It Ralph, and they just say, hey, it's Zangief. I am Zangief, etc. Sparrow's egg. Hey, Elmo.
Is that all he gets now?
No, Elmo's like on the stairs staring at me. He was right here.
Okay.
No, actually, so let's break it down. First of all, why name the dog Zangief? Well, there's a couple reasons. One, I think that's hilarious, and I love that character. 2,
good name.
Good
pick.
He's got a V on his chest. And 3, he's got blue eyes, and 4, his birthday is Zangief's birthday.
Okay, that's pretty.
So, like his colors are just inverted Zangief. Like, he has the same, like, for the V is like the light skin tone, and then the brown on top of it.
So how much planning was involved?
A lot. Like, a lot. We have been talking about generalized dog for like 2 years. Because we wanted Elmo to have... We essentially wanted to get Elmo a puppy or a kitten. Because he can get bored and he's old. And we want him to have somebody to like, love on. But also we wanted another pet.
Okay, so the process in ideation form was a while coming.
Yeah. The primary impetus was that the puppy is for Elmo. And in fact, I think I remember saying that multiple times on stream, like going back like a couple of years, that if we ever got another puppy or cat, it would be for Elmo.
Okay. And it will totally not eclipse Elmo in attention and love.
No, it hasn't. So, well, it's eclipsed it in maintenance right now. So what's happened is that there is an acclimation process that they got to go to because
so that was my next question.
Cat.
Yes, my next question
is a cat,
is,
and cats are territorial.
Yeah. Now, everyone, I've heard of different methods, but like, are you doing the smell room exchange thing?
Yeah.
How does that work?
So the process is you bring Zangief home, and then Elmo is right there at the door and sees that shit, and is like, "What the actual fuck?" and has a very territorial, like, "This is my house" reaction. And then you scoot the cat away, and then you keep the new puppy upstairs, and we have a baby gate that is sealing off the 2 floors, right? And when baby is asleep, he is confined to our bedroom right now, and Elmo has free reign of the house. Which what he is doing is he was very territorial day one, and now he's not anymore, and he is wandering around the house, smelling the dog's toys, areas that the dog's been, etc. We have, in fact, if the viewers at home who are watching live, there's this blanket that you see often on my stream, this like greenish, like felt blanket. Put that in the dog's bed, have the dog sleep on it for a day or two. Bring it down, put it on the couch. Now Elmo has to deal with stinky dog couch. Gets used to that, etc.
Yep.
And then the next part of the process is introducing them to the point where...
The blanket is in fact super blue. This is true, but yeah.
Not on here. Must be the lighting. No, not the blanket I'm sitting on, guys. The blanket that, look. It does look blue in the camera, doesn't it? Well, trust me, it's green. Trust me, it's a green one.
GameCube. All right.
Anyway.
So next step
is basically taking the animals and pointing them at each other until Elmo makes like a pissed off noise and runs away, and then he'll learn to live with it eventually. But currently, if you also take a look at your camera, sorry audio viewers, I have my CPAP mask down here.
Yeah.
And that's because we're sleeping down here now. And the reason why we're sleeping down here is because we're trading off sleep in shifts so that someone's always awake to either be with him or check on him every 10-15 minutes. And whoever is asleep is to basically pay attention to and make sure Elmo does not feel left out. Because Elmo is our primary old dumb baby cat, and I will be damned if he feels slighted by the new arrival. I appreciate that cat a lot more now. I remember Paige bringing that cat over, and she was like, put his box down and show him where his box is. And you know what that cat does? He goes into his box and he poops.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the story. That's the end of that bit.
What, like how baby are we talking, baby?
He was 8 weeks old, almost to the day when we got him. And he is fat and stupid, and he is basically an infant. Like, he is pooping and pissing all over, just sans diaper.
Okay. Now I know that the part of the family prerequisite is to be considered fat and stupid, but you don't know yet if Zangief might be fine. He might not be Elmo. He might be totally normal and okay. I think you should wait to see.
Oh, I'm sure Paige is actually going to be taking him to the vet for his first checkup during the podcast. Like she's getting him ready with his little baby harness, and we got him a car seat. We got him a little safety seat. Oh, by the way, so to those of you who are asking, well, how are you guys going to get dog to the vet, dog for walks, etc. during the COVID? Paige's birthday is coming up, so she got herself a used car the past week. So that solves like 80-95% of COVID troubles in terms of leaving the house. So yeah, having a sealed bubble to go around.
The next question was how do walks take place? Yeah.
Right this second, walks don't take place because Puppy's only had his first batch of shots. And if we put him down and walk him on the sidewalk or in like a dog park or something like that, there's a possibility that he could catch parvo from the ground.
What is that?
It is a disease that I was not aware of until we started like seriously looking into the puppy. When I was younger, all that we worried about was distemper and rabies. And now we have parvo, which is basically the plague of death for dogs that can sit on surfaces for years and is their primary vaccination target now.
Is this like recent?
I don't
recent,
know.
I mean the last 20 years?
It seems recent.
Yeah.
It seems
wow.
So if your puppy is not vaccinated and gets parvo, they will die. So that dog's feet are not touching the fucking the soiled earth until that second rounds of shots are going in. That's going to be like, I'm looking at, so that'll be like the week after next.
Okay.
So that'll be fine. However, we definitely want to get Puppy socialized so that he doesn't, be an asshole when he grows up. So we're going to see my folks, and he's going to hang out with their dog in their place where it's, safe, and that's the only dog that's around.
Right.
And obviously their puppy's vaccinated. Well, I know their dog's about a year or two old now. And we also got him a stroller. We got him a pram. So
that's
with
okay.
The pram,
I've been following so far.
We can wheel him around. We can go down to a street and wheel him around, and then if people are properly masked up and don't have dogs with them, we can open up the little pram and be like, would you like to pet our adorable doggy? And everyone wants to do that, so the puppy learns that new people are okay and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's big white people. That's big white people.
Is it?
That's big white people right there.
Okay,
so yeah.
So one of those things, you get an animal, right. And you get an animal as somebody who does Twitch or YouTube or Instagram or whatever, an influencer. And there's a lot of people who have a million questions, and they're all understandably concerned because me and Paige are morons. And I would like to assure people that there is literally nothing that I have ever prepared for in my life more than taking care of this stupid little dog. This dog will want for nothing. He will have the best education. He will grow up and get the best job, etc.
All he'll inherit is your day-to-day traits and isms.
I hope not. I sure hope not. So, by the way, if I'm a little loopy on today's podcast, I'm really tired. I'm really, really tired. Paige, God bless her soul, she is doing an incredible job. She is also very tired because this dog needs 24/7 supervision because it is a baby. It is an infant child.
I too am very tired for totally valid reasons.
Okay. I thought you were going to say... I don't know what you were going to say.
No.
Are you pregnant?
No, but hey, JJ's no longer pregnant, so congratulations.
Hey, congratulations to JJ and Maximilian.
Max, that's awesome.
Congratulations. You have acquired a baby.
There it is. And, new challenger, etc. Shout outs to the announcement message of, hey guys, prepping the stream in 10 minutes. Looks like I'll be, oh wait, no.
The inclusion of the gif of Marge telling Homer he's pregnant and then his head exploding was perfect. Was
man.
Perfect.
I feel that's it's interesting too, because like obviously there's a whole like, hey, lots of folks are indoors, lots of folks are spending time inside, and what better time to have something to take care of, right? To kind of refresh your mental focus than right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know if the timing was intentionally set up to be this way.
Well,
but it worked out that way.
The implication... wait, hold on, Wooly. The pandemic started in China in December, and then it kicked off in the rest of the place February, like bad.
What I mean is, with
they would have had to seen the first news report and been like, "Gotta get pregnant now in case it becomes a pandemic."
I'm not talking about Max and JJ. I'm talking about the dog. I'm saying,
okay.
Was the acceleration towards Geef, towards the Russian skies, was that a decision post quarantine to like make that move?
No. The acceleration was actually Paige has been looking at figuring out how to get a decent deal on a used car forever, because that was accelerated for quarantine, because she's like, Pat, I love you too, honey, but spending every single goddamn minute of every day for 6 months now with me is apparently a little rough.
What?
On the sanity.
What?
It can apparently be a little grating. So she's like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta right. So then, yeah, with the novel,
Paige is sitting on like a couple million souls, and she has not cashed them in at the bonfire yet.
That's about right. So once the decision, her birthday's coming up and we're finding better, car deals, and we're like, okay, we're going to have a car to drive around. All of a sudden, how do you get to the vet? That worry disappears, right? How do you go and do this? How do you bring him to the dog park? And if there's, tons of people, that worry disappears. And then then dog mentality goes from, oh, I really want one day, to and then later like, oh, well, what about these puppies? And you're just like looking at puppies late at night, like you're just doing the YouTube like puppy crawl essentially. To okay, dog time. Dog.
Okay. So to switch back over to the previous topic, I actually saw an article like a day or two ago that said that for some reason there are like way less premature babies being born during quarantine, and they're trying to figure it out, but like they're basically suspecting that like the super quiet life and the very like non-stressful, even though stress can, stress is actually quite high in many places, but like in terms of just like moving around, going places, not staying still.
what you're saying is that a more sedentary lifestyle for
A
working
more
women who are pregnant.
Yes. I think that's probably what they were going for.
I'm a doctor, and
Yeah.
I can tell you right now that when you put a woman in a car and she's pregnant, the engine just shakes it's like a carbonated can of soda.
Mm-hmm.
And if you shake it long enough, it's going to want to fly out early.
Yep. And then fill up the glass and then deflate.
Yeah, and then the fizz happens, and then the hippies eat it. It's a whole thing.
It is a whole thing. So yeah, a lot of apparently, sitting locked down is good for that process. So how about that?
Now the real question is, oh God. So March. Let me look at a calendar here. Let's say April, May, June, July.
What are you doing?
August.
What are you doing?
Let's take a look in December of this year and take a look and see what happens to birth rates.
Okay. For a second, I thought you were counting back 9 months from now, and I'd be like, that's inappropriate. But what I would say...
let's count 9 months forward from March.
Yeah. So I actually said that in one of the early episodes that, like, hey, there's going to be the COVID babies thing. But I'm starting to have second thoughts about that because, like, it's not quite the same as, like, coming home from the war. It's more like a sad and really shitty, annoying time where people might be getting sick of each other. I don't know.
What you don't want to compare it to is you don't compare it to like a post-war baby boom. What you compare it to is the winter baby boom, which happens every single year. There are more babies born 9 months after the harsh winter months than at any other time of the year, because just minutes spent indoors with your significant other. What I can tell you what.
So bored babies.
There may or may not be a baby boom, because while children of existing couples will definitely rise, children of random strangers at the club will definitely drop. Because ain't nobody going to the club from March to fucking I don't know when.
Well, yeah, they are, but they shouldn't be.
I mean, they were closed up until extremely recently.
Yeah, no, they're going. They're going.
Where are they going? To
the
ditch
club
outside the Denny's?
To the clubs that happens to be open.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
well, don't
great.
do that.
No, well, hey, they don't really listen to the podcast, so if only they did. Or they don't listen to much, really, but hey. You're going to see, there's going to be some kind of population data to and what I will say is that, again, it's whatever it is, whether it's a boom or whether it's a decline, it will happen globally, because unlike things like these booms happen in countries during moments that the country goes through something, but this is a global bit, so like it's going to affect the 8 million, or excuse me, the 8 billion.
Just call Corona a global bit.
It's a global bit. It's going to affect the 8 billion in some capacity.
Can we get the next bit, please?
Can
we move on from this bit?
It is a bit.
Get off the stage, man.
This is exactly what it is. Well, anyway, okay. I mean, there it is.
Oh, you mentioned population data. Dude, there's so much crazy population data coming out, like looking at COVID numbers. Did you know that being poor sucks ass?
Yeah, I did. Well aware.
Wow.
Big first-hand experience.
Yeah, same here.
On that. Not a great.
Like I look back to like hey, what if COVID happened back in 91, right? My dad would have gotten it, like for sure. Guy was working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, night shift and trucking, like going delivery trucking. Dad would have got it. And the way dad smoked and all that shit, he pop. Bye, dad. Like,
no question. Yeah. No.
So my advice for today's podcast is to stop being poor. That's Pat's advice of the day. Da 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 da.
Rise and grind. Is that what we're doing today?
Nope. I don't care how you manage it.
9 to 5 pays the bills. 6 to 12 builds the empire.
Lottery tickets are good. No, they're not. They're terrible. Don't buy lottery tickets. The lottery tickets are a voluntary tax on the stupid.
Well, you might not know this, but we've officially, it's officially been declared that the gig economy is over,
and the hustle economy has started.
Rises.
And I was like, the hustle economy, what is that? That sounds stupid. So I start reading the article, and it describes contract workers that have no benefits. And I'm like, oh shit.
This right here.
Ooh,
this is the
crap.
This is the hustle economy right here.
We have officially been labeled a hustle by what, U.S. economists?
Whatever it was. Yeah, no, like the barista and you know, quick job here and there job economy is gone, and now it is check out Twitch, check out Patreon, check out my OnlyFans.
Yep,
that's where we're at. Yeah, that's an official declaration there, and
because it was defined by, are you a contract worker that if you get fired, you don't apply for employment insurance or benefits or severance or whatever, because you're not even really getting fired. Your contract is just being terminated, right? And that applies to all those people. And then like a week after that article came out, the federal government came out and said, so we're going to expand employment insurance to include contract workers. And I was like, hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
And I think the COVID provision checks are going to continue up until September. And then they said they're going to transition people onto EI. So
yeah, just gonna go on to EI. Now I'm going to assume there's at least a couple people,
obviously, that
are really confused by what the hell we're talking about. We're talking about the Canadian government and Canadian folks. We're in Canada.
Yes.
Hello.
We heard about your 1,200, and wish you could get more on that. Canada's kind of helping people out. Up until September is what we were just announced.
Yeah. What's EI to people asking? It's employment insurance. It used to be called unemployment insurance, and then they realized that literally means insurance in case you get a job, and it makes no sense because you don't get death insurance, you get life insurance, etc. We'll probably qualify for employment insurance if we do if we just drop if I drop a bunch of gamer words in a drunken tirade, I could probably apply for EI, though that'd be an awkward conversation as to how I lost my job.
You fired yourself? Yeah.
Yeah
that would be interesting. But yeah, no, so I look forward to this hustle economy, and when it eventually transitions into a flow economy, we'll be watching with great interest to see where this goes. Okay, so obviously a lot happens in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah,
big things happen, life-changing.
Like I've had the biggest life event I've had in years with Puppy. But hey, here's the news update on the puppy. He's adorable. He loves us. He shits and pisses everywhere. he is in currently we're teaching him tricks and how not to poop. But oh man, it's going to be a while. That's what the puppy news is going to be for like months.
Okay, but the problem is if you teach him tricks but you don't have the bathroom down yet, you're gonna end up with. You remember Akamaru?
I do.
Yeah, you're gonna end up with
spin
that.
with the poop.
Psycho Crusher, but he's just releasing the fluids and solids at the same time.
He's already pretty good at because we're not taking him outside quite yet because we're afraid of the parvo, but he's already pretty good with his pads. I'd say he hits them about 75% of the time, which is enough for us to be able to tell that he is trying to do it on purpose, right? Instead of just it happened to be random chance. So he is improving. He is a good boy also.
Spinning paw driver, more like spinning pee-pee doo-doo.
So people correctly guessed that dog's probably going to grow up to be like 60 pounds. And there will be a day where I am sitting here.
I enjoyed it.
You did it.
All right. Well, you know.
Wooly, I'm trying to laser focus here because I'm having trouble focusing. By the way, I got a monster. Now that we have a automobile, the ability to travel and actually do a groceries happened. That was crazy experience. Haven't done that in a while. But I lost my train of thought.
Laser focus.
So dog is cute. I can't.
Okay. Well, how about this?
This is my laser. See, this is even me explaining my laser focus made the laser focus go away. That's how it works. That's how lasers go. Oh, the dog's gonna be big, so there will be a day that me and you are talking on this podcast, and I get like Goldberg speared, possibly off camera, by a dog that wants attention.
Yes. So how about this? The breed.
Oh, he's a bulldog.
Okay. No mix in there.
I'm not super sure, honestly, but maybe not. But he is a bulldog. He is going to have a fat face.
And is he going to have the breathing problems?
Doesn't look like it. No.
Okay.
He shouldn't.
Because I hear that the purer they are, the more they have the breathing problems.
Yeah. If he does develop breathing problems, we will fix him with technology. This dog will want for nothing. He's got multiple vet appointments this month. Like, he's got checkups from 2 different vets. Because we want to make sure that, like, again, I don't want to go to a vet and the vet's like, oh yeah, dog's great, and then dog's not great. You know, he's a baby. He's got to be protected from the elements and his own internal organs being disgusting.
Have you commissioned the red and yellow choker equivalent for
Oh, you mean his bandana that Paige is going to be putting on him to go to the vet today?
Okay.
Or his red or his bright red harness.
Because basically the bangle that Geef wears is a made to go design for the leash, the collar.
We're going to be mainly using a harness and a microchip.
Okay.
Dog's probably not going to wear a collar because he might choke himself with it, and I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
But we do have a bright red harness for him, and we do have a little red bandana for him.
So, I know, I can attest that you have been charging up your love beam for
dog
for years now.
Long time, dog.
Ever since leaving your parents' place, I'd say you've been storing that, right?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
And that's going to come shooting out in a nice little special beam cannon, and it can possibly annihilate whatever dog happens to land in its path.
I was taking care of him last night, and he was sleepy, and I laid down on the floor, and then he laid down next to me, and I was petting him, and maybe I cried a little bit.
Okay, this is good. This is good.
Maybe that happened.
This is good. However, there is a place this can go.
Yeah.
And that place involves outfits and costumes and all kinds of stuff. And I just want to know.
Yeah.
I just want to know which pedal your foot is on right now. Are we accelerating?
I'm thinking fireman first.
Okay, all right.
I think dressing him up like a little fireman
And this
would,
is going.
would be
this
a really good first.
It's
first,
going down. Okay.
One.
All right. All gas, no brakes. This is where it's going. Okay.
Maybe once he's a little bigger, we can put our Texas cowboy hats on him, and he can be a cowboy.
It's just it's not a question of if, it's just how many costume
Oh, is that what
changes.
you were asking?
Okay. All right.
Why even get a dog if you're not going to dress him up in silly costumes?
Make sure to zoom in on his face as he hates it.
Okay, so this is the best part. If you look at baby now, you look at him dead on. And his dad that we know has the same thing. It looks like his wife left him and he lost the house and he got a pink slip. Like the eyebrows and the jowls combine to create like I need another drink, god damn it, look on the dog's face. So when we put the little costume on him and make him dance, the dog will be beaming off fucking kill me energy. Just like why would you do this to me, humans?
Yeah, that's
energy.
That's the correct question. That is the correct question.
So here's the you want the answer? So audio viewers, I'm sorry for the visual bit, but I'm currently holding a beautiful, wonderful, dumb cat. And he won't wear a little hat. We've tried.
Why do you think that is?
There's one photo of him that Paige's mom took of Elma wearing a Christmas sweater. And he did not like his Christmas sweater.
Is there perhaps a reason you could discern why that might be the case?
Because he's disabled. Because he's a disabled boy. We love him anyway, though. Mwah. So, as a result, we cannot dress up our kitty cat in silly little costumes.
And it's the cat's fault. It's the cat is defective for not wanting to be dressed up.
Okay, well let's be very clear,
right,
Wooly. Let's be extraordinarily clear. The cat is defective.
Okay.
Like this is a broken cat. Okay.
And that's what contributes to not wanting to wear the. Okay. All right.
But so the answer to your question is why would you dress up your dog in little outfits? Is well, the cat won't wear them.
Gotcha.
And I think that is about as clear a non-answer I can give you.
Yep. See, the goal is to concentrate all that love energy into, a nice, warm, all-encompassing form, and not into a destructo disc.
Mm-hmm.
Which slices in half whatever it touches. Okay.
All
right.
More of a spirit bomb.
Yeah, more of a spirit bomb.
Listen, if we put a hat on the dog and the dog's miserable, I'm not going to wear a hat.
No, but you will still have the big beef suit arm geef thing in the mail, so that
but if he doesn't,
and it arrives, and then it's like, oh, but we set up the shot so that it can walk down the hallway, and then he can have the arms bouncing.
Listen, if the dog don't like it, the dog ain't gonna wear it. Like, for example, some people you put their harness on, and puppies will try and eat their harness because they're idiots. He likes his harness. He doesn't give a shit. He just waddles around with it.
Okay, fine. That's give as long as he
and
gets
the harness is not optional.
as
right?
long
like,
as he gets a fair shake.
dog needs to be on a leash.
As long as he gets a fair shake in deciding, you know, and it doesn't become a like, oh look, he did it. He's wearing it. It's the 8th time, and he kind of just accepted it. But yeah, look, he loves it. See, doesn't he love it? And then you zoom in on said kill me face.
Let me ask you a question. When you had a dog when you were younger, but it was a larger dog, right?
Much larger, yeah.
Okay, so I've had me and my folks had tons and tons of dogs over the years, and you ever know people that like, you know, the dog stands up or whatever, and then you grab their arms and you're like, haha, you're dancing, haha, like, you know, Ladybird and Hank Hill and that gif, and the dog's like, I don't get it, haha, right? Or you ever pick up your dog and be like and sing a song while you didn't know you wouldn't do that. Anyway, point being,
well, you could do things for treats, you know, but
yeah. Oh, this dude, this dog, I've never seen an animal more food motivated.
That's the thing,
like,
yeah.
Like, no, I mean, I've seen other puppies, I've seen other dogs. I've never seen any animal more food motivated. The dog goes from dead asleep to almost knocking you over at, I think he's like 11 pounds, with frenzy to get to food bowl. It's hilarious. And we've also been occasionally hand feeding him to teach him like bite inhibition and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, true. Isn't there also that thing where like dogs that most breeds will growl and kind of give you indicators before a bite, but like bulldogs will just show nothing.
That is not. That is a trait that is commonly attributed to pit bulls, not bulldogs.
Okay.
No. Bulldogs can occasionally get something called food aggression, which is get away from my food, in which they'll growl. Right? But that's why we're feeding him like about a third of the time, like his evening meal often is by hand, and you teach him bite inhibition so that he slowly goes, oh, and, you know, eats from that. And then we're going to teach him to eat near Elmo, and that Elmo's food is not his food, because he'll probably just eat anything he can get his hands on. And the ideal is that get him to the place that my folks raise their dogs, where you give the dog his, like, you know, his you know, not like a bone, but like a chew cookie, like that you'd give him like after they, and be able to like, okay, and just take it, and then they look at you and they're like sad, and then you give it back to them, so they don't fight you for it, they don't growl, etc.
Although, is there a specific age or like order to when like you can start like teaching like habits and tricks are kind of different, right?
Okay, yeah. Name is first, yeah. And that is actually so far been the toughest one, but he will learn eventually. So it's name, call, sit, stay, right, as your primaries, and on the side branch is don't shit on the floor. Don't instead shit on this. Now instead shit on this when there's only one pad. Now instead shit on this when there's only one pad and it's right next to the door. Now instead cry at the door, etc.
I was actually just listening to a podcast that had a dude who trains dogs on it, and he was talking about how you like a big mistake that like people make is like getting like thinking that their tone of voice is kind of going to indicate what they want in times when it doesn't. So like,
yeah.
So one of the cases were being like, if the doorbell rings and then dog starts going crazy, and then you yell like, shut up, sit down, you know, whatever. What you're kind of doing is also going crazy in response to the doorbell ringing.
Yeah, so
you're just doubling down on the excitement.
So we took baby for a car ride, right? And baby got anxious, right? And you can't comfort them too much with stuff like that, with thunderstorms, with car rides, stuff like that. If you comfort them too much, you are sending off the signal that they're right to be afraid and that something bad is happening. So you kind of just have to ignore them and let them freak out a little bit until they tire themselves out. Like the current battle in the household is that dog wants to sleep on our bed. That is where he wants to sleep.
Yeah.
He does not want to sleep in his crate. He does not want to sleep in his bed. He does not want to sleep on the towels that we have, piled up in little pieces here and there.
Have you been in your bed while he's there?
Yes.
Okay, so...
And the bed reeks of us like crazy.
Yeah,
obviously.
so he wants the smell and the warmth. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the blanket's nice, etc. And he wants up. And we can't... I'm not going to have a dog that has to be in our bed, right? Because there's a difference between, come on the bed, we'll snuggle with the dog. And the dog literally has to be in the bed to go to sleep. Because that is... I had that problem with with the last dog I had with my mom and dad, but he was a Chihuahua. So, Puppy will run at the bed and try and leap up, and God, he's not even close, dude. Not like less than a third of the way up.
Oh yeah,
like, it's so
Eat
pathetic.
shit.
And has had the past 2 nights has had barking ass, screaming, howling matches with me, where he is losing his goddamn mind and screaming at me and throwing tantrums and pouting, and I'm just on my phone ignoring his stupid ass, going, I don't know why I'm madly in love with Puppy in all other ways, but when Puppy throws a tantrum, man, I don't give a shit. You can cry all day, whatever. You'll get tired, and I will defeat you because I'm a man and you're an 8-week-old infant.
Okay, all right. You show him.
Well, that is what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to give them any attention, negative or positive, because I don't want to teach him that throwing baby tantrums is the way to get what you want. Now, granted, in reality, and for me personally, throwing baby tantrums can, in fact, get you exactly what you want, but that's a bad lesson to actually teach a young child or dog. Are you noticing a language problem here?
Well, it's not unexpected. It's anticipated, so that's fine. I guess the goal is to eventually just have both feeding bowls together and let them sort their shit out.
Yeah, the next thing we're gonna do is put Elmo's food near the baby's food, but like keep a door between them, so they know they're like on the other side of the door, but they can't interact. And then we'll move on to putting baby on a leash and like having Elmo check him out. But we might have to put Elmo's food on an elevated platform or in a room the dog can't get into. There are situations where if your dog is fat enough or desires to be fat enough, if there's cat food around, they're just gonna eat it.
Oh, that's a problem. That's how you start wars.
Well, at the time being, if there was a war to be started, I would definitely bet on the cat, which is why we clipped all his nails the day before the dog showed up.
Yeah. That's
just in case. Just
correct.
In case.
That's the move. It won't be that way for long, but for now, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what's going on with me in my life. How about you in your life before we get into video games?
Well, it's been no secret that I am spending a lot of time on unannounced projects and things like that, and some of these things I anticipated I'd be able to take care of within the in-between stream times, and it turns out that's not the case. So I've had to move some things around and create more space. So It's not VTuber stuff, as I've mentioned to people. Like, that's a separate thing entirely. That is also a project I'm working on, but like that's currently back burner until I can sort out what I got in front of me on my plate. But yeah, as a result, the stream is going to be a little light this week, and in fact, it might be it's going to be a little light this week, and we'll have some stuff going into next week. The back end of next week is also going to be light because the quarantine circle I am currently with, we are going to go and take a nice little fuck off to a cabin situation. So we're going to go up and just kind of get away from things. And
are you going to seal yourselves off from society and turn all your phones off and then have the wonderful experience of like, hey, Corona 2 has popped up while you were gone?
I will be sealing myself off from society. I will not be turning my phone and shit off. I'm bringing all my tech with me because the tech retreat thing is like, no, I'm not on a tech retreat. My tech comes with me into the bunker.
I can't stop thinking about that guy that's like comes out of an 8-week nature retreat and it's like, so what happened, guys?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, not quite that, but more so than anything, like Punch Mom's been grinding away at her job and school at home, and it's been, taking its toll. So need to take that break when you can get it. And right now, the Ministry of Quebec is saying, hey, if you got to go somewhere, you should go out to remote Quebec. Stay within the province. And it's like,
why not? It's within regional boundaries, and there's a lot of remote out there in this province.
So that's exactly what's going to be going down. So yeah, all that to say that there's going to be a little light streaming for the next little bit. Can't say much about the project until I can, but when I do, obviously you guys will know about it. What I can say, since we didn't get to talk about it last week, if you're just curious, you can go check out on the Rooster Teeth store a new T-shirt available.
Ooh, new shirt.
Go buy it. It's the animated intro that Quiet Viking put together. Is now in a kind of comic book panel format up on the Rooster Teeth shop under the Castle Super Beast section. So my quick link towards it was tinyurl.com/Castle Super Beast shirts. You can pretty much find them all in a quick little grouping right there. But a
portion of the funds that you spend on that shirt will go to Puppy.
There you go.
Don't you love puppies?
There you go. And yeah, it came out really nice, and Quiet Viking rules. And actually sat down and had a little chat with him because he's working on something pretty cool as well, and I'll let him sort of like announce that and stuff. But that is available right now, so you can go check that out. Got a little. All right.
Don't worry about that.
Anyway, so we had that, and in the time that was not spent exhaustingly working on this, I can't wait. Sorry, I can't wait to talk about this thing because it's just.
Don't do this shit.
I'm sorry.
This shit. This
it's
sucks.
just.
This
I know. It sucks. I know it sucks. It's so much though. Anyway, moving on from that. In the meantime, what I did do is, one, I spent some time playing Fantasy Strike. Fantasy Strike,
okay.
The fighting game has had a big update where it is now free to play. It is now cross-play on all consoles and platforms.
Is including what, the Switch as well?
Switch, PS4, Xbox, and PC, I believe. And
no Xbox.
Oh, no Xbox? Okay, excuse me.
Yeah, that's
PS4,
weird.
Switch, PC. Yes, crossplay is there. 2 new characters were put in, and basically, yeah, there's the free to play switch over means that now, because between going free to play and between having crossplay, it's way more active, and you can get games in.
I would fucking hope so.
Much easier than you could.
People got to play your game if it's free.
It's rollback as well, so that's all doing what it should. Yes, free in quotation marks. Today. Right. So the way they've set it up is the free to play version of the game you get is basically you can play online, not player match against basically like ranked or I think it's like you can play online, ranked or unranked, full roster in the free to play version. Whereas if you want to, so you're free to play with randoms essentially.
Okay, but if you want to play with your friends, buy it.
You have to play if you want to play with your friends. Yeah, you gotta.
That's a fairly interesting business model.
Yeah. So for that, it's the $20 like core pack, I believe. So that's what they did. I mean, that generally allows, I guess, people to mostly populate the online, service, which is where you want people to be, so that you can always have people to play against. Yeah. So that's what they did.
Lots of scrubs to play against in a business model like that, which makes other scrubs very happy.
So yeah, that's kind of and that's kind of the decision. Basically, the way the community manager, we had him on, and he kind of talked about it, and the way he kind of explained it was like, they set it up in such a way where they're like, yeah, we'd like to keep working on this game, and in order to do that, we need to make some money on it, but we also want to have as many people come in and see if they like it. So that's kind of what it's set up to do. And yeah, I went back to that, and I've been playing a good bit with the new character, Onimaru, giant, big sword guy. He's got some pretty sick, high damage swings, follow-ups, some stuff that I really like in a character, which is like...
Oh, that dude looks so much like Bishamon. Holy shit.
It's totally that. It's the Bishamon guy, yeah. So he's from the expansion deck of the Yomi card game. He's from the second set of characters, and he's got stances, he's got counters, he's got some really brutal, just charge the sword up, and if you twitch, I'm going to swing it types, intimidating moves. So I was having fun with that. I like that. Between him and Geiger, I think I have like the 2 characters I like to play the most. And the way like ranked and tournaments tend to work in this game is they actually it's team mode. So they want you to pick 3 characters, and then it does a rotation system. So instead of doing a 1v1, you kind of have these like 3 matchups that you have to have. So KOF style, you kind of need to have at least 3 characters.
I was just about to say, like, it's just KOF.
Yeah. They've explained it. I remember he kind of explained it as like it just, because the games can go so quickly, and because matchups are like such a big part of it, it really shows I think it's just like it's a better indicator of which player is better if you can cover your bad matchups and still win the set.
Okay, yeah. I'm watching a little bit of footage of Onimaru now. Like, Jesus Christ, he hits like a Samurai Shodown character.
Yeah, he does. He really does hit like a Samurai Shodown character. That's a good way to put it. So that's like really cool.
It's really nuts.
There's also a kind of like I forgot his name, but there's the second guy who the second character creates duplicates of himself all over the screen, and then like one of them is fake, and one of them is real, so you don't know which one. And then he has an Aegis reflector, where if you get hit by the Aegis reflector, those copies all become real. So it goes from being like a which one situation into a full-on like Genajin. And then at some point, the Genajin copies can get broken off from him. Genajin is the Yun super from Third Strike. I
gotta see footage of this. Quince.
It's really, really disgusting when you see it.
Oh, he's Rasputin.
He's basically like, yeah, a little bit.
What? This is really, really obvious.
It is a really, really.
Oh my god! So I'm
when-
looking at the super you just described.
Uh-huh.
Jesus Lord,
Yeah. So
that is really crazy.
3 copies of the character jump out and just start doing things, and then if you hit him with an Aegis, they become real, and it's like just die.
There's no
die.
escape. They're all gonna hit you, and you're gonna be in an infinite essentially.
Yeah. So Fantasy Strike, the 2 new characters, that's it, Quince and Onimaru. Again, yeah, playing some of that and having some fun and learning it a bit more again. That was pretty dope. The other thing I did was I spent a little time playing Melee online via Slippy.gg, which we announced we talked about 2 weeks ago, the new form of Melee Smash Melee with rollback in it.
Yeah, that's still the craziest thing.
So the creator, the video's coming out today because we streamed it last Thursday, but I think Solidus got it together, and we're gonna put the full episode out of Get Into Fighting Games Smash Melee with rollback today. We had Fizzy, the guy who made this. He came on. Him and Reggie are friends. They actually know each other from the Smash community because he was here in Montreal some time ago, when he was like in college and stuff like that. And basically he told us the story about how, him by himself, 6 months of work, he implemented functioning rollback into Smash. And it's not just like adding it to, let's say, like the Dolphin emulator so that it like you can then use the emulator to match up with people and then like get that going. He actually implemented an online login system into Smash itself. And it's so fucking impressive when you see it because it looks like it was shipped with the game.
So if one talented individual with no resources can throw this together in 6 months, what the hell is Nintendo's excuse?
A lack of concern for that matter, because they don't need that. Doesn't
all
matter
I can feel is somebody shrugging with their hands out going, I don't know, lol.
What people, we talked about a lot of this, we broke it all down, and what they care about the most, what matters the most is the new character announcement, the stage, and the songs. So like that's kind of what matters to the package for most people. So that's what the focus is, and having a decent online. I mean, the Switch itself is not, you're not plugging your Ethernet into the fucking console. It's already set up, but I mean it's already set up for failure out of the box because most people are on
Wi-Fi's.
On Wi-Fi, right? And we'll talk about that in a second because there was some news that was quite shocking in regards to that, but not really. Anyway, that comes later. We talked to Fizzy, and he kind of explained, he wanted the game to not only have a really good online system, but he wanted it to feel like it belonged in the game. So when you boot it up, right, it just takes you, like, you go to multiplayer, or rather you go to like one of the submenus in single player or so, and then it's like online play, and then in the Smash menu it loads up a login, and in the login prompt you type in your name, and you can register on the Slippy.gg website, and then you go, okay, cool, now you log in, it creates your login account, and then someone who's hosting a game can be like, I got a game up, just join with this name and this number, and then you just connect to each other, and it feels like you're playing locally, like it feels perfect, and it's done to be minimal difficulty. It's done to be very, very like new player friendly.
We are in the weirdest time for fighting game rollback netcode because it's starting to happen and it's starting to become unavoidable. And every time it happens until I guess it hits like 80% of games, when I hear what you're telling me is incredible. And Slippy's work is astonishing, and he should feel incredibly proud. And I'm pissed off. Like, I'm upset. Because it's not in the game that I want to play. How come they won't put it in the game that I want to play?
That's literally one of the first things I said to him.
This sucks!
One of the first things I said to him when we were talking after he explained it was, I am equally astonished and amazed at what you've done, and so angry and frustrated at the fact that we can't get this done elsewhere. It just won't happen, you know. It really, so, you know, if you want to get a nice little breakdown, including some crazy ass details where, like, one of the major factors as to why he was able to do this anyway is because Smash Melee had a thing. And remember all these like crazy modes where you had like slow-mo melee and like HP mode and shit like that?
Yeah.
So Smash Melee has something called lightning mode as well.
Yeah, so I don't know what lightning mode is. What is lightning mode?
Lightning mode is where your characters are moving at like 600% speed, right?
Like
super fast,
like,
crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right? So as a result of that, basically he's like, hold on a second, if this mode is in the game and they're moving super fast, then it's like clear, it's showing that the render engine for like what's showing the characters and their frames is decoupled from the game logic where you input your moves and buttons. The fact that those two things are decoupled means that you can have a match without actually rendering things out, which is exactly what you need to set up rollback. So that
which means
is what actually let the whole thing happen, you know? It was one of those just like 8,000 IQ moments, you know, where the right person looking at this and going, hold on a minute, if A then B, and now we're looking at C, you know? It's a really, really fucking brilliant string of events, and he wants to do so much more with it as well, but as is right now, it fucking works. There would be difficulty getting it to work with like 4 players, you know? That's
sure.
A whole other like can of worms to get into. But like for one dude working on it, like it is quite official looking, and it fucking works, man.
That's one of those things that I can only imagine actually hits the design wall, in that it's like, okay, we can make the netcode better, but only for 2 players. And you get in the situation where it's like, imagine you're playing Smash and you can have 4-player online battles, and they're the train wreck that they are now, and then you have 2-player, and it's like incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Like that kind of almost, even though it's a feature add, it ruins a component of the game.
So fortunately, like there are games that have 4 players and rollback. Lethal League Blaze and Brawlhalla are doing it, but again, these are
that's hard, right? That's like harder still.
It's much harder, yeah, because you know you're this basically. The whole magic of rollback, where like it simulates your expected inputs in some cases, crunching that with 3 other players creates a realm of possibilities that gets a lot harder. Yeah, sure, exactly. Just as you can imagine, right? So what you kind of so it's a much more difficult thing, but you know that for now this is what's there and what works. And like there's funny little things that happen when you're putting this together, where for example, if you pick Zelda, you can hold the button down before the match and she'll turn into Sheik before the fight starts, right?
Great. Thanks.
That's a mechanic. However, because the game is not it's not, because that's stuff that's happening on the loading screen, it's inputs that are taking place before the actual match starts, you're gonna lose out on that in the case that somebody chooses to do that during a matchup. In most cases, there's no real reason to do it, except for one where I think he said like certain high-level Japanese players brought up the fact that they would switch from Zelda to Sheik if they happened to be matched up against ice climbers. They would hold, if they saw ice climbers pop up, they'd hold the button down, and any other circumstance they'd keep their decision. So like they're like, we have one situation where that button being held before the match starts needs to be acknowledged. What do we do? Because we can't have the 2 players desync, and now we're having one game show you Sheik and the other game show you Zelda. That's fucked up. So he then he modded the game so that on the character select screen there's a little S or a Z button that you just click right next to
Oh,
Sheik or
that's
Zelda,
nice.
and it'll just set whichever one you want to be, and then that's settled on the character select screen, so that you don't have to worry about that problem. Excuse me, other way around. Yes, the matchup. I don't know the game that well, so I can't tell you what the matchups are. But the point being that you'd have to switch from one to the other, and he sorted it out by making it so that on the character select screen you can figure that out instead of having to hold the button. So like he even went through the trouble of like these little edge case scenarios, like covering that ground as well. You know. So that's pretty rad. Yeah, shout outs to Fizzy and the project slippy.gg, and you can go check that out now if you want to play some good ass online Melee. It fucking works, man, you know. So that video is going to be popping up. And yeah, I finished Halo 2. I started Halo 3.
Are you finishing the fight?
I am in the process of finishing fights. Fights will be finished.
My biggest question for you about Halo isn't about Halo 3 specifically, but it's about the fact that the series in this weird remake limbo of like Halo 2 Anniversary coming out way after Halo 3. How's it feel to go back to was essentially a very polished Xbox 360 game?
The cutscenes hold up. The in-game, like the blur cutscenes that were in Halo 2 Anniversary are stunningly gorgeous, like cinematic quality. The ones in 3 are not that, but they, as everyone said, they're still quite good for in-game cutscenes.
Still pretty good, yeah.
And it honestly does hold up. So I'm a couple, you know, we're a couple levels in right now, and I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. Like this didn't necessarily need it. It would be great. Like the game, it didn't need to be remade and you know, like have a full asset upgrade. That wasn't necessary for the game. It would be amazing if all the games could have those blur cinematic cutscenes, definitely. Yeah. But 3 is the furthest along the pipeline. It holds up the best, you know, of the original cutscenes so far, of the games I've played at least. And I felt like the one I spent by far the most amount of time with. That's a good game. Yeah.
How do you like the mongoose?
The mongoose is pretty all right. How about that? It's pretty all right. My first. I
fucking saw.
That was not bad. I liked that section. That was pretty cool. Straight up find a way to deal with this boss. There's multiple to the ways to approach it. Vehicles are all overall way better. I feel like they've you know, tightened them up. They've improved over the already improved ones in Halo 2. And they're also really doing, and I can see this being something that is like not a marketing decision. What's the word? I guess like it's almost like when a movie needs to show you like the reason why you're watching the familiar heroes do the new thing in a way. You got to get that in early. So they throw a lot of the new guns at you right away. I've noticed.
Oh yeah, I remember picking up I think it was a brute pistol in like the first level.
You get the brute shot.
And being like, yo, this pistol is incredible.
Yeah. It's the brute shot. You get it right away, and that's because brutes are now regular enemies. And then you immediately get like a couple of other new guns. Also because they need to kind of like replace the. You're probably going to be like, why can't I dual wield everything? And you know, the answer is like, well, because that shit was ridiculous. Double needlers had to go, so away they went. But the new guns are coming in pretty fast. Pretty good selection with those. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Like I'm imagining a lot of this in a multiplayer context, and I could see that variety being really fun to play with. Particularly if they did keep, you know, some of the old guns, all the old guns as well, or at the very least, like you have stuff where like you're starting out with the battle rifle, which is like fucking fantastic as always. And then like, yeah, same thing. First level, here comes the hammer now, right?
Oh man, the custom games with like super speed and like low gravity and that hammer, the shit.
Really, really fun. So the design of that, one of these first areas where grab the hammer, RB is gonna go up top and like fire down the hallway and draw attention. And Chief is going to go underneath, sneak around, and I'm going to come up behind everybody and just hammer the fucking shit out of them. Really, really fun. Really cool. So, yeah, Halo 3, pretty fun.
That game also, like, it's pretty uncommon for games to end well. And I don't mean story-wise. I just mean, like, a lot of games hit their climax, like, 3 or 4 levels too early. And then Halo 3, like, it's a pretty steady climb all the way up until the credits.
Okay.
Like, those last, like, 2, 3, 4 levels are all just like, oh, yeah! Just increasing in quality. It's great.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. We're still in the first half, but yeah, so far, I mean, there's been a very clear like build to the middle, and I feel like the Halo games, instead of putting the climax in the on this in the at the end of the like second out of 3 acts, they will put it in the dead center. There'll be a gameplay switch in the dead center of the game, and then you'll build up towards a 75% mark climax, actually, and then ride out the finale. So it almost feels like the Halo games so far have been in 4 acts instead of 3 a little bit. But yeah,
that's
man.
why there's Halo 4 to finish. No, that's why there's Halo Reach. For odds.
Yeah. Orbital drop. Damn it. Yeah, it's so
guy.
It's a cool thing because they do it multiple times in the game, right? They do the orbital drop shock trooper, right? They do the thing, and when they're doing it, I'm like, oh, so basically they're dropping from high up, right? Yeah. So I'm like, so they're doing Halo jumps. And it's like, yeah, but we couldn't call it a Halo drop. So we had to use something else, So I'm like, are you saying that this orbital drop shock trooper is some kind of high angle, low orbit drop, essentially? What are we doing here,
Don't worry about it. It's not important.
It was great. It was very cool.
That game is like, it's a feature that you're not taking advantage of, and I didn't either, but it should be noted about Halo 3 is that the fact that it did have 4-player co-op for the whole campaign is frankly insane.
Yes. That's pretty unheard of in many cases. In fact, I remember my friend invited us over on launch for that, and we played the first like maybe half an hour or hour together just to be like, oh shit, yo, check it out, story mode multiplayer, and that was pretty cool.
So one problem with it, and the problem is that player 1 gets to be Master Chief, player 2 gets to be Arbiter, and player 3 and 4 get to be new elites created for the co-op mode.
I mean, how much you want to bet there's books about them? Like, I bet you somewhere
now there are probably
somewhere in somewhere in those like 33 novels, there's gonna be someone who wrote about who those player 3 and 4 are. So it doesn't even matter if it's like, who are these guys, because you'll get a ton of detail on who they are as soon as an author gets down to it. There's a fucking dude you shoot, an elite you shoot in an elevator in 1, and like as he just sees as you shoot him and you walk on, you take the elevator up to the like one of the final areas, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy had a whole like book and story and his journey to the final elevator, where then
now he's just an elevator corpse bitch.
Where just Master Chief runs by and blows him the fuck away like any other enemy, you know.
Just keep
So yeah, no, there's it's become quite clear that these novels are a big deal. You know, shout outs to the Cole Protocol. The one that keeps coming back up because it's very important that we learn about what happens in the Cole Protocol.
I genuinely feel like Halo was, like, in my mind at least, damaged by book nerds.
In their defense, the Cole Protocol details are actually quite cool and interesting to know about, but there is a fury and fire that cannot be doused that comes with reading a lot of those things and needing everyone to know about them.
It's just like when you look at something and you don't necessarily view it as like a story critical thing right off the bat. One of the most disheartening things is somebody just slap a bunch of supplemental material on your desk and go, you gotta get this though, right? I assume a lot of people feel that way about Nier Automata, right? Just like, hey, that girl has a big ass, I want to play the action game, and then you're like, well, check out this motherfucking stage play.
Yes.
Oh shit.
And listen, in many cases, with the wrong energy, the excitement to try and push people down the path of the thing that you like can actually make them be like, dude, you're kind of making it so that when I get here, I'm gonna care less. And I'm gonna have like my eyebrow up because it's like, oh look, it's the thing that no one would shut up about, you know. But like, yeah, there's an art to restraint and letting people have their moments when you know that they're gonna enjoy something. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I've been that I've recommended to Punch Mom. She's actually just finished The Sopranos. You know. She's read through. She's gone through Undertale. She's gone through P5, Vagabond as well. You know, like from time to time there'll be like suggestions when she's like, "Hey, I'm looking for something to watch or whatever," and I'll be like, "Yeah, check this shit out," you know. And in all of those cases, I'm just like, "Here you go enjoy it," right? I will not do the thing where I sit down and stare at your face as you're watching it, waiting for your reaction. Go enjoy it on your own, and whenever things happen and you want to come talk about them, we'll have a fucking fun talk about them. And that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, right. Why even have her watch it at all? The whole point of watching things is so that you can also enjoy them vicariously again.
Which we can do when we have the discussion about how fucking great The Sopranos is.
No, it needs to be pure.
It's once the credits are rolling, and then she walks over and goes, "Oh my god!" But
it's too late. The fight's over.
Yeah, no. Well, I don't care about like sitting there and annoying people with shit and ruining their immersion so that I can see their face go, "Oh my god!"
No,
like
this
fuck
is actually because you hate people doing that to you, and so you're being the bigger man for the version of yourself.
Well, because it's ruining it for the person. You know, like I don't need to fucking get the reaction vicariously in that moment and ruin the person's immersion in whatever they're doing. Just let them get there and do it themselves, and then we'll talk about it after the fact, you know? And people definitely can still enjoy what's going on when you discuss it after the fact. Yeah?
We live stream video games on the internet.
We do. What I'm talking about is when you turn and you go live in person, because you know how annoying that is when people kind of ruin it for you by doing that. You know what that is. Okay. It's one of those things where there's a difference between like watching something with people or rewatching something with people, which I do as well, and that's fine. But it's the difference between that and like stopping in the middle of it to put, or before you even start, to push supplementary material.
Yeah. So I will agree with you to a point where there's the obvious like extreme of this where even I will get upset, or we'll be watching something that Paige is very familiar with, and she'll go, "Oh, this is my favorite part."
Yeah,
which is the phrase. It's the phrase. It's like, come on. Yeah. But like, let's be very real. This is just your spoiler sense tingling once again. Like,
it's not spoilers.
You want to sit next to a robot.
No, it's not. No, that's not about spoilers. I know how I am about those. This is just like, it's just like, it's a weird sort of distraction. And if the person invites that and wants it, and is totally like, they want to pause it and talk in the middle of the thing and whatnot, that's totally okay. I'm okay. If that's what they want, then that's fine. What's up?
I have a question. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I just held up my hand. So you said if they want to pause and talk about it, that's fine. So I have a question. Which is more personally annoying to you? Somebody watching something with you and you're the new person, and they're just like constantly, like, you can see them side-eyeing you like every 10 seconds. It's like, or so you're watching something with someone and they are the person who is new, and the good part's coming up, and they just pull out their phone and just start browsing Twitter right before the good part, and then they put their phone away and the good part's over, and they go, "What happened?"
or the good part's about to happen, and they have to look down to eat their food instead of just shoving it into their face. So
yeah, just no look, just
so they stop to look down and pull the knife and fork out and take their time slicing, and then once they take the slice and then they create the perfect, they have to take the fork and now get the other things, so you get the perfect forkful, and this entire perfect forkful process took like 25 seconds in which the rad thing has come and gone, and then it's like dead. Yeah,
or like,
and of course they're speaking in Japanese, so you missed entirely what happened.
Yeah,
and then it's like, wait, what? Yes, a little bit of that.
The situation in this house is so bad that Eli, when Plague of Gripes, is able to tell from a certain silence length during a Star Trek episode when Eli, Paige, and I are watching Star Trek, where he will literally just say, "Paige, pay attention," when shit is coming out. Yeah, you're on your phone. I see you. I love you. Because a plot critical detail will arise that needs to be physically witnessed with the eyes.
Yep.
Because otherwise, we get this, like, it's the combination of two things. It's the combination of a brand new character walks on screen, right? Who is that? You're not supposed to know. Why do you need that? Just watch it. And I realize what that is. That is, they know they're going to miss the information later. So they want the people who know to just tell them now. So they can safely miss the context.
I mean, listen, that when that has happened, definitely those are the times where it's just like, okay, wait, you missed that, right? Okay, stop, pause, eat your food, swallow. Okay, back it up. What just happened? And like, yes, that, but like, that's a that's worse. That's definitely worse.
That's way worse.
I will 10 times out of 10 fucking yeah. Anyway, though, so that's the Halo. That's ongoing.
Hey, you know what? just so I don't get in as much trouble, I will be fair to Paige. There is a third one. there is a third one that I am guilty of, which I don't think is as bad, but
Mhm.
that's because it's me. Which is, you said stop and talk, and I then said ignore and ask. What about just talking? Don't stop it. Just start a conversation about it during the ongoing.
If it's more than a single sentence, fuck off.
Okay, well, see, so which is worse, the ignore or the talk? Just like have a conversation. Because I do that. That's me.
Fuck off. No, it's
Okay.
single sentence is fine, and then you can elaborate on that later. Hey, that
Well,
new
it's gonna
hero.
be-
He has that new hero's eyes are a reference to French comics. Okay, we'll talk about it later.
you can hear in the background while you do because
There. So
let's plays.
this doesn't happen here not in this household, but the ultimate disrespect is bathroom run and or like drink refill, and
Don't
it's
pause
like
it.
should I pause? I'm gonna pause it. Like, oh no, just keep it going. Like oof. That says everything right there. That's when you should like
Sure does.
reassess.
And then they come back and they're like, "Oh, why'd you pause it?" I'm like, "Because I've seen it. I don't. Why?
Yeah,
What?
that's a reassessment moment. With one exception, I'd say if you're listening to stand-up comedy, you can just pump the volume, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's
like
a radio show. I mean, there are some pantomimes, but
act outs. But no, that's it, man. You definitely are yeah, that's a problem.
listen, everyone enjoys media wrong except for me. Is the rule.
The right way to do it is to listen to it only, minimized while you play Rainbow Six or Valorant.
That's
A little particular, a little on the nose.
You I wouldn't say you got me, but I'd say like I heard the whiz of the bullet. Because like I blew, you know how I watched The Shield while grinding classes to level cap.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I watched that show. Like period.
Yep. There you go. So that's basically what's going on, and of course, Paper Mario continues to be excellent and crazy, and it has there's there's a character apparently recurring in the Paper Mario franchise that pops up out of a little hole, and it's a little like almost like a Diglett. His name's Waka.
Oh, okay.
Just so happens to be.
So happens to be.
Waka.
All right.
And he's friendly. And if you happen to bop him on the head with your hammer, you get one of the most useful healing items. You get a massive. You basically get like almost like a soma,
Okay.
And
so what's the downside?
Well, you hit him again, and you get another one, and apparently there's a limit to how many you can get. I think the limit is like 8 or so. And as you then talk to hit after you hit him, apparently he starts to forget things, and somewhere around the 8th one, actual brain damage kicks in.
Good. Fuck him. He won't remember that you robbed him.
So it's basically a whack-a-mole, except you are giving him a concussion every time in exchange for that item.
Oh, well.
Until eventually he can no longer speak straight.
That's fine.
He gets a little punchy,
So, Wooly, I have a question about your week. And I'm excited because we've been both playing a lot of Ghost of Tsushima, and I was interested on your like larger term thoughts, and I was scrolling through my YouTubes, and I saw an episode go up that was Wooly versus Thanks for Nothing Ishikawa, and I'm like, good, perfect. Dude,
boy,
that guy is the worst.
Boy, did I 180. I 180'd really quick because he was like a hard ass talking shit, and I was like, he seems fun. I like that. Look at this guy. And then as it goes on, you're like, oh, your student left you because you're an asshole.
So I'm a little farther on his quest line than you are, and it's really enjoyable because Jin keeps going like, so what exactly happened? And it keeps coming back like, shut up, it's not important. She's gone now, and my way of the bow. And Jin's like, it seems like you might have been a massive piece of shit, Ishikawa. No, I would never.
Yeah.
My bow, Jin. And it's like, holy shit.
To me, it was just like, okay, the moment that the actual fighting starts, and you're just gonna chill and fucking hang back and be like, needed to see what good you were. Fuck off, you jerk. I've 180'd on Ishikawa completely.
Such a consistent asshole to you. At like, Jin is constantly like he'll Ishikawa will use like some metaphor, and Jin will go like, yeah, well, but what about this? Like a real person, and he'll be like, no, Jin, my way of the bow is I have to protect it for the future. It's the and it's like,
yeah,
what? Why are
Look,
you old, bitch?
You wanna if you wanna like throw in your movie tropes, like the stubborn old master that is really good at the thing, but is also just an antisocial prick. Yeah, is fully being represented here. Absolutely.
And then on the flip side, you go hang out with the least chill character I think I have ever met in a game.
So far, very little chill in Lady Adachi. Very little chill.
I really love how strongly they set the character up. I can't. It's still one of my favorite moments of the game where you catch up to the monk.
Yep.
And she gets 2 questions in, and he tells her to fuck off.
Yep. And then she tells him to fuck off
and cuts him.
Now here's the problem. Now here's the question. Right? I'm looking at that, and I'm like, damn, lady. I ain't even mad though. I ain't even mad. I like. Great. You know, you're like, wow, that was really over the top. I get it, but wow.
I had a similar reaction, but the way that it works so well is because Jin's mad. Because Jin just spent the whole quest to track this guy down, and the first thing out of his mouth is like, we didn't even ask him any questions.
Yeah.
Why did we do that? Like, what is happening? We learned nothing.
Look, we all saw John Wick here, right? We remember how that first movie ends. Like, sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it with no respect, you know? And, yeah. She's quite justified. She's quite justified. So, yeah, Lady No Chill, she's all right. She's all right.
Yeah, that game's great. It's also like physically a lot larger than I thought it was.
So I was quite shocked at the introduction of Thunder Puppers. Even in just a lore context, there's a pretty badass like introduction to a move you're gonna go get.
Oh yeah, that thing, yeah.
Where before you get the move, they're like, by the way, here's some sick ass Okami lore, and you're gonna learn about some Thunder Puppers for a second. I'm like, we're about to go fucking. Okay. What are we doing here? And it's like, okay, no. We're still in the realm of reality here, but
magical legend.
But check this out, though. Look at this cool cutscene. I thought that was rad. It was a nice, unexpected like, yo, we're gonna throw in some some fables into the setup towards this cool move, which is a pretty rad move.
It's really good. So far, all of the combat moves you get from the legendary stuff, I have 2 of them. They're great. You should, if you see that blue marker, just go fucking do it, just right away.
I didn't understand initially. It took a second for me to register what those upgrades were doing when the blue marker came in, right? And like I was like, wait, so this only applies to blue sparks. What about the red sparks? And it's like, no. Now everything that was unblockable is now a blue, which means you can parry it.
With some exceptions. There's stuff that's very unblockable.
Very red? Okay. But so, like in the context of
guys that use Aijutsu, you can't block that. Guys that light their weapons on fire, can't block that.
So that I've never seen like a game where the animation indicator on the enemy's move changes according to what abilities you have.
I can't. At the beginning of the game, I think you can't block spears at all.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you get that unblockable move, and now I can. No
yeah,
problem.
The prompt, I don't, you know what I mean? It's always been a thing where you get an ability, and then you can deal with that prompt next time you see it. But the prompt changing entirely from one that you can do nothing about to one that you can do something about is very different. Because I'm thinking of remember Mikiri counter?
Yeah.
You know?
Very clearly.
So I was thinking of that, for example, and in this case it's like, no, like you're gonna see a different startup prompt, you know? Yeah, I think it depends. I have to play the game more but I'm not sure which is better. I feel like training to react to one thing, it's ultimately the same though. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
But in terms of recognition, knowing that you could not do something before but now you can, it might be better off to let that stay consistent, you know, and then you have a situation that you can deal with it.
Because I think most people get that upgrade relatively early, and that you not having that upgrade is going to represent maybe a total of 5% of your total playtime.
Okay.
I forgot that upgrade existed until you started to talk about it.
Yeah. So either way, though, that's a nice upgrade, and you know, there's clearly a lot of different ways to go about things. So, yeah, no, man, nice, increasing of the pace, and I'm also starting to see how the open world formula kicks in. You know,
it has the best use of its actual open world of any game I have ever played. I was talking about it on Twitter, and I'm just like, this win mechanic is the single biggest deal in the whole game by far, because I'm actually riding around and looking at my fucking screen instead of the mid-map. And bonus points to the genius that decided to have bright yellow birds up here and be like, hey dude, there might be a thing nearby, do you want to check it out?
But it is still open world, you know.
Yeah.
But the indicator is definitely a really strong one. I also like how they give you a very early variety of samurai stylings to pick from, where it's like, hey, did you not want this kind of samurai that you've started as? Well, here, play a couple missions. Now you can be Jubei. Do you want to be a Jubei? Okay, cool. Here you go. You're a pretty shitty Jubei. You can upgrade the hat, though.
Your hat is hilarious.
It's garbage.
When you it's
absolute trash. Yeah, which is great because it's like, oh look, it's the type of samurai you want to be, but man, are you looking like shit.
So that's the outfit I've worn for 95% of the game. Not just because I think the look is cool, but because the bonuses you get off of it are my favorite.
What was the bonus on it again? Oh yeah, it was stealthy?
Enemies detect you less quickly.
Stealthy bonus,
enemies detect you less quickly when you come out of the grass, and just a raw increase to damage.
Yeah, okay.
So it's probably the best one in the game for, do you want to sometimes be sneaky and sometimes not? Whereas a lot of the armor sets are you want to fucking just run in there and fucking kill everybody, and there's others that are just like, do you want to just use your ghost tools and have those do double damage, what have you.
Yeah. Once I learned, I didn't know what I was doing the first time I followed a fox, and I got to a shrine, and then I'm looking out, and I didn't know what I was doing, and now that I know what I'm doing, I'm like, oh fuck, it's time to follow every fox.
Yeah, every single time.
Get that fucking slot. And also,
and then you get all the slots, which I mean is very soon. You then get something better than the slots after that.
Cool. Also, accidental haikus, unintended, uncertain. Wish I could kind of redo, but oh well.
Those haikus are terrible. They're awful.
Now that I know what the mechanic is, I'm gonna be more careful about what I look at. But initially, I was just kind of picking the location that seemed the most interesting, not necessarily the concept.
Yeah, but now you get the headband, and the haiku is like emblazoned on it forever.
Forever. Yep.
Dude, Jin's haikus suck ass.
Not quite the Nier Automata message.
No.
Not quite.
It really feels like they were like, we need to have a reason to just literally plant the camera in a spot and have people look at the pretty lake that we drew. And then they're like, well, what about haikus?
Well, yeah, but they're going to plant you and make you look at the pretty everything that they made. Like, that's the whole fucking island.
They sure did. The foliage is out of control. It's out of control.
I mean, I stumbled across the shrine gate and climbed that mountain, which, like, temporarily had me jumping over, like, hell pits for a second. And then you're like,
what's going on with that?
What am I doing? Like, what am I doing up here? And then you just kind of look out and you go, oh, you're showing me the pretty. Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I think getting on top of those shrines is legit crazy because the draw distance is like 4 kilometers. It's super fucking far. Like, you can see into the next map over.
This is also the first time I can say I've seen loading squeeze, but the loading squeeze is not actually to load anything. It's just to gate you off from the open area. So FF7 has these big old loading squeezes where you turn sideways, move a bookshelf, and start moving through a crack.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know which game invented it, but, like, that's definitely a hallmark
Gears of War.
Gears of War?
Yep.
The walk and talks?
Yep.
Okay, the walk and talks.
That was the first game. Yep.
Yeah. I guess I kind of, like, put loading squeeze as like, it's a walk and talk in a more specific way, but elevators as well are a really clear, loading mechanic. But yeah, after seeing as many as we did in FF7, I was like, oh, here we go. And it's like, no.
Yeah, and it's like a second.
It took 2 seconds. It's just about gating you off. It's just about making sure that you can't access this area from the outside world, and you can't call your horse in here.
On a regular PS4 with a regular hard drive, right?
What's up?
You got a regular PS4 with a regular hard drive, right?
Yeah. Lean into the mic more.
Oh, really? What the?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
How fast are your fast travel times?
I mean, it's no Bloodborne launch, it's fine. I mean, it's better than Death Stranding was. My loading times are better than Death Stranding.
Because I'm playing on a Pro with an SSD, and like the timing is just like it is 1 second.
Okay.
Like, I've played a bunch of games on the PS4 that I have an SSD installed in, and they've gone faster. But this is like actually ridiculous.
So like, it's noticeable that this is a recent game. Like, I would say, Bloodborne, Death Stranding, and then this are all like indicators of, like, how compression and loading worked across the generation. And I would even go as far to say that, like, you get a really clear indicator on it without using a PS4 Pro right now. Like, I'm using the standard out of the box launch PS4, you know?
That game's good. It's just very fun to wander around and look at the pretty. Also really impressed at the topography, because like you do that first island and I'm like, wow, and I kind of thought that would be it, and then you get to the second one, it's like, oh, we got like marshlands and like thicker forests, like much thicker forests and stuff like that, and it's like, oh right, there's all these types of Japanese scenery and shit.
Also a photography mode rivaling Spider-Man.
Yeah, the PS4 seems to have some kind of mandate that the photography mode for its exclusive be really, really, really good.
Really?
Because I remember God of War.
Yeah. It's social media. It's like social media ready, you know? Feels like it's good for the big sharing.
A lot about Tsushima is social media ready, because like I find it difficult to turn the camera and not see something that looks really nice in that game.
Yeah. Ready for that share button. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, but anyway, that's pretty much what we've been up to.
What have I been up to? Well, Tsushima, and I just talked about that. Like just now. What the hell did I stream this week? Oh, I got like 95% of the way through Katana Zero, which I had barely touched earlier.
How about that?
That bit with the guy.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't expect. Yeah.
No.
Tone of game is a lot more extreme than intended, than expected.
Yeah. Oh, those boss fights are a trip.
How fucking solid is that, right? Also, like, I still stay. Like, I'll say this, man. The actual, like the actual in-universe explanation for the video game is one of my favorite ones of all time. In Katana Zero, you're basically playing a really quick, like, level by level, like almost like a like 2D character action, Super Meat Boy-ish, you know, like
what I think of.
But what's so fucking sick about it is that in game you are essentially like your character. Like, what's one of the first things you see when you check out the trailer and stuff. But it's like the character is planning out how he's going to deal with this room, and when you do it successfully, he goes, "Yeah, that's what I'll do."
And then you cut to the security tapes of, and that's what he did.
And then that's the replay. So it's like, oh shit, every time you fail, it's not that you died in world and that this is like a reloading of your universe. It's just, if I do this and then I do that, it's your character's mind planning it out, you know? It's such a really cool thing.
That game's great. Apparently there's a big DLC coming that's free as well.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh God, it's been a bit. I didn't talk about the end of Deadly Premonition.
Hold on,
or Carry On.
Hold on, did you finish?
No, I got 95% through, and then was starting to fall asleep on stream, and was like,
okay,
I'll finish off a different day.
Did you get to the section of the game that's very mechanically different?
Yeah, that's what I meant by that part with the guy. Other guy.
Okay. Yes, all right. Man, that shit is super cool. Boy,
it's bananas.
It feels great to just, you know, be like, here is some other shit. Check it out.
It's a lot farther than I thought they would go with that mechanic too. It's like, just wow. Yeah, Katana Zero is good. I'm excited for its DLC. It's hopefully in the near future. But I just want confirmation, Willie. I did not talk about the ending of Deadly Premonition 2 with you,
Not
right?
the ending, no.
Okay. I beat it. It's great. That game's great. And Swery is like almost more Kojima than Kojima at this point, because like Paige and I are watching this ending play out, and it keeps actually just like hitting these emotional notes dead on and like plucking those heartstrings, and you're like, oh, and you almost cry. And then it descends into the actual stupidest shit I have ever seen for like 10 straight minutes.
Okay.
And right when you're at the point where you would walk out of the movie theater, bam, gut punch with something very real and sincere and genuine. And then everything wraps up and it has a really great and satisfying ending. And it doesn't have a sequel hook, but there's just enough that's like, maybe in the future there'll be more, you know. And then the final ending, which is post credits, right? Like the, you know, your little denouement, is like an FMV cutscene instead of like an in-game cutscene. And it horribly desynced its audio.
Yeah.
And the audio finished like 40 seconds before the video did, and when the audio file finishes, it just cuts off and says the end. So I had to go look up the rest of the ending on YouTube.
So you're describing the end of this game in a way that you never described Deadly Premonition 1.
Yeah. Deadly Premonition 1 is... I don't know what this... Deadly Premonition 2 has better writing overall and is a lot more sincere. DP1 was a lot of it was like, it's just so fucking zany.
Okay.
Right? It's just so out there. It's just so obviously a ripoff of Twin Peaks.
Yeah. And it's goofy shit the whole way through, is it not?
Yeah. And DP2, no, there was moments of seriousness in Deadly Premonition 1, but they were fewer and farther between. And the character relationships in 2 are built up a lot more strongly. And the writing overall is a big improvement. I would say it's a much better game in general in terms of its storyline. Like the actual mystery is fucking riveting. It's goddamn fascinating. It's just that every now and then just the stupidest bullshit in the world will happen, and sometimes you're like, I hate this, and other times you'll be like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
Okay.
That game's a trip. Gameplay wise, it's way worse than the first one. Like, you know, all these people say like, jank is part of the Deadly Premonition charm and all that. Like,
yeah,
the first game on the 360, which was its actual original release, it ran fine and it controlled okay. And this thing is just dying at every single step. It is just stuttering and burning out.
So what you're saying is franchise, trilogy.
Could be.
Is York more Matthew McConaughey or Woody Harrelson in the roles?
Zach is more McConaughey and York is more Woody Harrelson.
Okay.
And that means nothing to you, I assume.
Zach is the voice that the non-existing person that he would talk to.
No, Zach's a real person.
Okay, well, my outsider, I don't know nothing about nothing. Is Zach he'd be talking to somebody and then he'd just be asking questions to the air.
Yeah, so you would be. What do you think about that, Zach? And he put his hand up to his temple.
And then you don't get any.
So Zach is the character you play as in the future, and he is very McConaughey. He's even got the handlebar mustache.
Oh, okay.
And York is the one you're playing in 2005, and is more Harrelson, but it's Agent Cooper from Twin Peaks. Like it's just Agent Cooper. Didn't expect the game to go so hard on Hurricane Katrina, which was
topical.
Probably the weirdest moment. Takes place in Louisiana in 2005.
Wow. Okay.
So in the ending style sequences, when it starts to rain, it's like, oh, that's Hurricane Katrina happening. like as a backdrop to the plot. It's not part of the plot, but it's like
weird.
And I'm like, oh yeah, it is 2005
Weird.
Louisiana, isn't it? Because you have characters talking about, like, you know, when they were younger and they grew up, and, you know, the Katrina fucked everything up and it was horrible, you know, stuff like that. And you're like, oh yeah, that was a million years ago, right? And it's like, oh no. And that has made me feel older than anything I've ever seen in a game, because that was an event that I remember occurring when I was an adult.
Is the event just kind of happening in the background, or is it like a full?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not the focal point.
No, not even close. But it's like, oh, okay, fine. Like, you know, it's the bit, you know, you get to that climax of the story and there's a big storm, because of course there is. Except the big storm is like a named storm that existed in real life that totally happened, etc. It's weird. That game's weird. Shocker. I would absolutely recommend it. However, Deadly Premonition 1 is required reading.
Clearly, if I don't even know,
not only will parts of the game not, like, I would say it is, you know, start at MGS4. I would say it is start at MGS4 levels of impenetrable and confusion if you were to just play Deadly Premonition 2 by itself.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that, you know, at some point, perhaps in the later half of the first game, you get an answer to who he's talking to, and
that's exactly what happens.
So I never saw that. So yeah, I have my wagers.
That wager so far is correct. It is literally in the last hour of the game that you find out what the deal with Zack is.
Great, there you go. Okay,
but yeah, that game's great and terrible and all things.
Does he have to look inside his hair to figure out what's going on?
You're way closer than you think.
Okay, whatever. Anyway,
like 90% there.
Okay, sure. Oh boy. All right.
I also played and beat Carry On.
Yes.
From Devolver.
Yes.
That game's great. It's also crazy short and extremely limited. It's tons of fun to be a thing flesh beast. And they realize that there are only so many gimmicks and gameplay mechanics you can actually do with the flesh beast they created. And so it's like 4 hours long.
Now, I believe I read a tweet out there that said that the challenge of the enemies is not quite a constant ongoing thing that's fun, as a criticism.
So it's weird. Enemies are either like jokes or like will stomp your ass in, and you encounter them fairly rarely. So you'll be like doing a puzzle room, combat room that's a joke, combat room that's a joke, combat room that'll push your ass in. Puzzle, easy combat, puzzle, you know, something like that.
Yep.
I would say there's like 3 or 4 combats that are tough in the game total. But they're really tough.
About 4 hours?
4 hours, maybe a little less. I went around and got a bunch of the optional upgrades, so you could probably do it in 3, like normally.
Hey man, there's room in my life for brief, nice experiences. So
yeah, there's only one thing I would really, really like say is a big negative. The map is kind of Metroidvania-ish. Like, you do get upgrades that'll let you go back to the first areas and like unlock things. There's no map of any kind. And at about the 75% mark, it becomes a serious problem.
How big is the Metroidvania map?
It's not as big as a Metroidvania map, but it's way too big to not have a map.
Yeah. If there's secret rooms, secret rooms to move back and discover,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh god, yeah, that sounds pretty horrible. Yikes.
Like, I'd say the last 45 minutes of me playing the game is me having completed the final area and just figuring out what the last door I had to go through was.
Oh man, okay. Yeah, that's a patch. That's a patch for sure. You know, or even like if you don't want to break immersion, maybe just zoom it out. You know, so you can just
It doesn't work like that. They're all discrete areas.
you load in and out.
Connect. Like, think of like the way like Mega Man ZX Advent levels would connect, and how terrible that game's map was.
Yeah, that's a patch. That's a patch to fix because that sounds really unfun to have to deal with.
But yeah, I'm gonna be streaming this week. I don't even know what I'm streaming so far. I haven't even had time to sit down and look at it. Oh, I'll be playing that Blasphemous DLC that's coming out, because that game's great. Have you played that yet?
Yes, Blasphemous rules. I'd sacrifice a couple toes for a healthy genre of games with that art style.
It's so good.
I miss cutscenes of full screen pixel art, man.
Full screen VGA, man.
So gorgeous, dude. So cool.
I'll be doing that and probably Fall Guys, because everybody's excited about Fall Guys. Apparently that's very hot.
Apparently it's hot. Yeah, Reggie sent me a message saying, "Hey, we should play Fall Guys," and I was like, "Oh, okay, sure."
I think the funniest thing I've seen in a while is I follow the one of the Devolver influencer people, a lady named Clara, and she's been in true Devolver fashion of not doing anything like anybody else. Their social media people are free to social media the fuck whatever they want, and she was like posting like 4 exposure style screen grabs of her email of people begging for codes for Fall Guys like assholes. And I'm sitting here with like 3 different people who sent me like a shit ton of beta codes, and like, I don't have time to do this. I have to take care of this child. This baby needs to nurse from my titty. There's no time for Fall Guys right now.
Good reason.
Yeah.
Please don't put a bonnet. Don't do the bonnet. Don't do it. I need you to promise.
I will do no such thing. All right, you know what, Wooly? I will promise. I promise you, Patrick Boivin, promise you, one Wooly Madden, in a legally binding verbal contract in the city of Montreal, Quebec, that I will not put a bonnet on my dog.
Okay.
Who else puts bonnets on that dog?
Okay.
Is up to their decision.
Okay.
But I will not do that. I promise.
Yeah, it's more about the end state.
Are you happy with that?
Not quite, but you know.
Well, then you should have thought about your phrasing.
Let's take a quick word
from our sponsors.
Castle Super Beast is sponsored this week by ExpressVPN. Hey,
ExpressVPN. I have your add-on in my Chrome right now.
I have it on my phone. I too have used it. I've wanted to check out some clips of some shows on YouTube. I was not allowed to watch them. It sucked. I was like,
that one's extra crazy.
Yeah,
like a YouTube clip.
Yeah,
like,
no,
fuck off.
I got sent a video and I was like, oh, cool. Let me go see this and see. Whoa, hey, what's up? All right. Where'd you get? There you go. All right. Little visual issue there.
No,
Yeah.
I turned it off.
I know, and every time you do that,
was not visual.
There was a visual issue because every time you do that, it creates a double woolly visual effect that
I did
looks
not
all
know
super
that.
weird for everybody. It's kind of like when Zoom meetings are happening these days, and then someone joins or leaves. Yeah, there you go. You can just keep fucking it up. That's great. That's great. Anyway,
it's funny.
As I was saying, CSB 080.mp3 is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Which is something I use literally every day.
It is really, really handy. It's great for checking out stuff that is blocked that you're like, why is that blocked? So, The Office, for example, you can watch it, but there's like the original Office. You can even you can go check out that's from the UK. But what if you wanted to check out the versions of The Office that exist in other countries? There are tons of them. It's been adapted.
Wait, are there?
Yeah.
Is there like an Italian The Office?
There's an Indian Office. There's I want to say what country was it? Was it Lebanon? It might be Lebanese Office. There's definitely a Swedish Office. There's a Russian Office. The Office has been exported to many, many, many different forms.
Other countries even have offices?
They do. And if you wanted to check them out, there's even a Quebecois office. Thank you, Min. There's a Quebecois office called La Job.
Oh, man.
You can watch all of these offices by using something like you can travel to these places if you wanted to. Oops, no, wait, you can't. So what's the next best thing? You can use ExpressVPN, and you can check out all the crazy different things out there, like what we just described. Every once in a while there's, just like a clip that's just like, sorry, your region is not allowed to see this because fuck you. And I'm like, well, that's shitty. So ExpressVPN lets you control where you want sites to think you're located. You can choose from nearly 100 countries, giving you access to content that's otherwise not available in your region. If you like shows, movies, or anything like that from a global selection, ExpressVPN is a must-have. For less than $7 a month, they let you access thousands of new shows on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, other streaming services. So it's a no-brainer. It works on your computer, your TV. You just fire it up and you hit the location and connect. You're good to go. Doesn't slow down too much either. You are able to stream HD quality content with no issues. So it's pretty handy. Again, been using it. Good stuff. Get the most out of your streaming services today at expressvpn.com/superbeast. If you use our link, you'll get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. So again, that's expressvpn.com/superbeast. expressvpn.com/superbeast to learn more. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
The podcast is also sponsored by Babbel. This is, we've introduced the concept already, but hey, if you're out there and trying to learn a new language, for example, Pat, would you be interested in learning Yeehaw?
A little bit.
Well,
a little bit.
You can work on that. I'll work on my Japanese. There's lots you can do if you're interested in kind of, eventually mastering other languages out there.
Languages are hard, man.
They are. But like Babbel is here to help out with that, and nothing helps you learn faster than a really good system in place for that. If it's something that's always been on your to-do list, there's no better time to start. Babbel can help you become a fluent speaker faster than you think. So, basically, you can use it to pick up tons of different languages, things you've never spoken before, or you can refresh yourself with stuff you might have learned in high school or college, but it might take a bit too much time. It's proven to get you speaking a language within weeks. So Babbel has courses with real-world conversations in mind that you learn everyday practical conversations that you'll actually use. There's about 10 to 15 minutes in each daily lesson, and they start by teaching you words and phrases, eventually sentences that get more complex. So soon you'll be practicing short conversations. I could use practice in my English, for example.
And your phrases is.
Exactly. There's thoughtful lessons that have been created by over 100 language experts, teaching methods scientifically proven to help across multiple studies. There's speech recognition technology that helps you improve your pronunciation and your accent. So with Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, German. It's available as an app or online, so your progress can be synced across all devices. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Right now, when you purchase a 3-month subscription, Babbel will give our listeners 3 additional months for free with promo code CASTLE. So that's 3 additional months free if you go to babbel.com and use promo code CASTLE for your 3-month subscription. Note that is BABBEL.com, promo code CASTLE.
Thanks, Babbel.
Thank you. And last but not least, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by the smooth feeling of trimmed balls.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say balls. I knew it. I felt it.
You did
felt
feel
that
it.
Smooth ball energy.
That's exactly what you need to feel. Thanks to Manscaped, keeping you fresh. You know, you don't want to have anything. You don't want any barriers when the summer is on and the heat is out and it's doing what it does. You know, we're in those summer months.
I had a situation earlier this week where I was laying on the bed with my balls out and my legs spread open to air them out because you know how they get. And Paige walked by and she was like, "Jesus, Pat, I can smell your balls in the hallway. Fix that shit." And I was like, "All right." And I was like, "Damn it."
Wow.
I wish I had the Manscaped things going on.
That's brutal. That's a good reason to get Manscaped in your life. I mean, shit. Look at your head. What'd you do about your head?
I became Egg Pat because Meth Pat was... I looked like a meth head.
There you go, right?
Out.
So if you're not using Manscaped, then you look like you got meth balls. Does anyone want meth balls? I don't think so. Balls...
Meth-based people might want meth balls, but that's because they're confused and don't know what we're actually saying.
Yes. You want to meth balls are bad. You don't want to have meth balls. So smooth them down, get them nice and trimmed, like eggs. It's a level up to your grooming game, and they
have anything to get the wrinkles out?
They got the Shears 2.0 nail kit, which is a perfect add-on. They got the Lawnmower 3.0, or the perfect package, and they've got tons of grooming tools that you can make use of. Shears 2.0 is a luxury 4-piece nail kit. Tempered stainless steel tools. Includes slash-tipped tweezers, rounded point scissors, fingernail clippers, medium grift nail file. You're probably wearing flip-flops. You don't want to see nasty unclipped toes under those. No one likes those. Don't go around.
I mean, what's way worse than the visual of unclipped toes is snuggling and then you just kick your significant other with your foot knives.
And not only do your foot knives leave scrapings, but the act of lifting your leg up has wafted ball in their general direction. It's extremely unpleasant. So that's where Manscaped steps in. And with the perfect package, of course, besides the having the best trimmer on the market, you get your crop preserver, the anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer, because chafing sucks, man. Crop Reviver is in there as well. Give you a little pep in your step.
Chafed up. You're like, I'd do anything to not be chafed up right now.
Yeah. Can I just say,
It's bad.
not if you use the crop reviver and not if you use the crop preserver. Those have been fucking ace.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Great. Probably my favorite part of the entire perfect package, actually, is that crop preserver. Quite nice. So, for a limited time, subscribers can get 2 gifts. The Shed Travel Bag, which is a $39 value add, and the patented high-performance reduced chafing Manscaped boxer briefs. You can get 20% off plus free shipping with code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. Do yourself a favor. Use the right tools for the job. So yeah.
People have been saying it for years. There has to be a better way than splashing shaving lotion on your balls and then standing in front of a big fan, and now there is.
Or just like grabbing a rag and some water. You know,
Yeah.
you can nip that problem in the bud. What are you gonna do? You're gonna let your garden grow out and get weed infested, and then have all the bugs come in and just
Okay, wait, hold on. Some of that isn't even connected to.
There's a lawn analogy somewhere in there, and if you don't take care of your lawn, it can get really bad. Dandelions sprouting everywhere, bugs. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
Back on track. Get 20%
All
off
right.
and free shipping with code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code SUPERBEAST. Summer's here. It's time to manscape.
Thanks, Manscaped.
Thank you. Okay. I need some water, personally. My mouth is actually
Yeah,
pretty tired.
I could get up and get some to drink as well.
All right.
How about we take a $5?
Yep, take a quick $5. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. BRB.
BRB, everybody.
Okay, we're back.
It's time for the news part of the podcast. Boopity boop 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 up news.
We got some catching up to do.
Yeah. A little bit.
All right. So, allow me to just give a little warning to anybody out there who is understandably very tired of hearing us talk about fighting games and Rollback. In that, we are going to discuss them because there was an event that happened this week. So that's going to be
Evolution
off the top. So, if that's going to be a thing that you might want to come back after the topic is done in a little bit, if that is a problem. Cool. So with that being said, we had a yes, Evo canceled, but somehow Sonic Fox still won.
Still. Again.
Sonic Fox took home the gold at the canceled Evo 2020. Kind of amazing. Can't be stopped. He don't miss.
Can't miss.
So what we actually had was the Japanese fighting game developer Roundtable took place.
Before you go on, I'm just thinking about the idea of I'm the 2019 Evo champion, and I'm also the 2020 Evo champion. And then someone's like, but there wasn't an Evo 2020. He's like, well, no one beat me.
There you go.
He's the person to beat.
He is.
No one beat.
De facto. So the Roundtable took place. And this is definitely born from the fact that all of these announcements that would have taken place on stage at the event were then moved to the online event and were then given no place to go. So clearly they got together and said, hey, let's plan some kind of event to announce these things, It was also a roundtable discussion in which they can just talk about, what I was looking forward to as the state of the union of Japanese fighting game development. I was very excited for that because, at the end of the day, oh, Wooly, you and your catchphrases. There's an FGC, but then there's the companies making the video games, and then there's the Japanese companies, and then the Western companies, and these are all different things from each other. So, seeing the Japanese companies come together to talk about what they do, when a lot of the time that's usually kept secret in a lot of cases, or just they're not very open about how they develop things and why.
It's a nice idea.
I would like to see more of it because it does actually show and underline that, hey man, this is a genre that needs to sort of grow together, thrive together, and we need to be more transparent, and we need to talk to the people that buy these games because we're kind of this obscure thing, and that's where we're gonna stay. That's what we are. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Those who love this thing, we're here. We're gonna grow over time, but for the most part, you got to start talking to the people that really like your games and want to keep buying them. So
I was announcing that I had dog while this thing was going on, and so people were like, "Pat, you're missing it," and I'm really torn about this event because it was a combination announcement / discussion event, which I don't think is good. I think it should have been two different things. Because when I heard, Tekken's going to be there and SNK people are going to be there and so, and then I'm like, and they're going to announce a new Guilty Gear character. I think what might have been a reasonable assumption is that everybody would have had something to show as well as have a discussion. But that was not the case.
I disagree. I think No, I disagree with that. I think it's fine. I mean, whatever announcements there are to show will be, hey, look, cool news, you know? Most, and like, the people that were there did pretty much have, for the most part, announcements. Not everybody had announcements on everything, and they got, SNK got a little bit thrown under the bus for their KOF
said,
stuff.
Hey guys, the game's on sale.
Yeah. So, but I think though that it is a good start for like something that should happen way more often, with or without an Evo, and there were some definitely glaring issues that I think the chat at the time made very clear.
They're pulling questions off Twitter, right?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I do know for a fact that at least on the translated stream that Bandai was running, there was nothing but people calling for rollback the entire time. That was it. That was the entirety of the stream. It's
literally the only thing that community wants to talk about.
It's the most important thing. So it makes perfect sense. And the biggest problem, to just get it out of the way with this entire event, is that essentially there was just not enough said about it, right? I think not every company is willing to start bringing it up if they can't confirm anything. Mm-hmm. There's a bit of a weird, like, we saw it with Guilty Gear, where they kind of went like, hey, like, yeah, we're talking about it now, we're having a discussion internally, but they're kind of hesitant to even broach the subject unless they think they'll have perhaps some positive news. But I think,
yeah, because they had this weird problem of like, well, if everybody wants it but we don't have the thing to do it, and we talk about maybe doing it and then don't do it, everyone gonna be mad.
Horrible bad look. So that's why they're kind of playing it safe. They're like, we're a company and we don't want to have that happen when we're trying to sell the product. But as explained, it's such a serious problem because, Reggie like bought a copy of Grand Blue and he couldn't get a decent match with a dude that lives in Montreal. He tried to play.
Yeah, that's why I didn't buy Grand Blue. That game looks great.
It looks incredible.
That game looks great.
So we're in a situation where online matters more than ever, and the combination, like, had this discussion with Fizzy, talking about his rollback melee stuff with Slippy earlier this week, and like it was Thursday night, and then the next day on Friday there was this event. So it was just a perfect like look at how it can be done, and then here's where they're not doing it type of thing. So that was all the people wanted to hear about. And in regards to that, what we have is pretty much Tekken announcing that like there's a new season coming and they will be improving their online experience. Harada has said that Tekken already runs on Rollback, and that essentially they're going to be trying to make it run better, is what he's announced alongside the new content for the new season.
Dropped a fucking bomb on me, and I'm sure many others.
Yeah, so what we're going to work, there's a lot of takeaways from this, right? Because there's the first portion of the stream where they basically discussed things, and then the second portion where they announced things. So, just wanted to get the rollback discussion out of the way there for a second. But the first part of the talk was, to me, way more interesting and what I wanted to see more of, because like it is what I think matters most for longevity to this genre. And I was happy to see that like some other folks online were watching at the time were in agreement. Esteban was similarly echoing the sentiment that like, look, man, like new products are cool and everyone likes to get hype, and hey, check it out, Nagoriyuki, that's fucking sick, looks great, can't wait,
cool,
looks really cool. The discussion about what you're doing with these games, especially in a situation where we can't play them locally, is so much more important. And
I mean,
like these hype drops,
you're not going to be able to have locals for a long time,
a very long time. The hype drops, not to be that guy, but it's like the hype drops will be fucking smothered if you can't play these characters against people. Like it's just that simple. So like no matter what is awesome and dropped in terms of just trailer hype and shit, this is the discussion about how we're gonna move forward and what you're gonna do with your games and what you're prioritizing is what I'm way more interested in. and it's going to hopefully continue. But they started out by talking about a couple different like random things here and there. One thing that came up was they were talking about AI and single player challenge, and it kind of like definitely exactly it is a facepalm like kind of moment where you're like,
so
well,
you could hear it. I just did like a very genuine, but
SMH.
it almost looked like I was playing it up facepalm. It's just like
this is
net code needs geniuses to do rollback, but let's try and create artificial intelligence that's smart enough to mimic humans.
And we've seen games go further with this in terms of like Killer Instinct has its shadows, and there's ghosts in Samurai Shodown and stuff. But like, there's a thought that like that might somehow, like, I don't know, like solve some kind of missing thing, when it's like, no, human beings are clearly the point of this. Don't get it twisted. You're not going to solve the problem by making the computer better.
Made a really good AI that you can play during like the times when like your internet is out. It's like, well, what about when my internet is in and it sucks? Well, why would your internet sucks?
So it's not just it's a topic that you can certainly get into, and AI does need to exist because there does need to be a computer difficulty that is there, and you can talk about improving it however you want, but that's gravy. It's not that it has no place. It's just it's nowhere near as important as nowhere near as important as playing against human opponents. So they talked about that for a little bit, and then they talked about something I thought was very interesting, the difference between like character usage versus character popularity.
Mm-hmm.
And how there are many examples, and they can look at their metrics on their games and see that like there are characters that are very popular. They get announced and they have huge engagement and lots of traction online, but no one's actually playing as them, right? And sometimes there are people that are essentially are like, people love that character as a part of this world or this story, this lore, this aesthetic, but they have no interest in actually playing as them, or they'll kind of just like give up or fly towards someone that might be easier to use or something like that. That is definitely a thing that exists. And they kind of just talked about how like they'll see sometimes like really sharp discrepancies, and it's like, which of these two things is going to sell product, and which of these two things is going to make the product better?
Like, no one's ever gonna fucking buy a game because Blanca's in it, because they have a heartfelt love of Blanca, but they'll play.
I agree with that.
His style is a very like, I don't know how I would. I mean, you're the Blanca player. You would be able to describe his style better than me. But like, he's got a very unique play style.
Yeah,
I play that.
I mean, as a kid, I leaned into Blanca because of his style more than the character originally.
Yeah, he's a fucking stupid green freak beast.
Yeah, it's fine, but that definitely is the case. And then things kind of changed as I got more into the genre. But
then you get into a fighting game to play Nero, and then you don't end up using Nero anymore.
Or hey, how about like no Mai, no Bai, right? And then Mai's in the game.
Like who? Fat titties.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like no Mai, no Bai. Okay, Mai's in the game now. Do you know how to use her? No. Have you ever bothered? No. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for the support though. That's really cool. You check out the model. You do the crouching heavy kick, and then you're like, yeah, nice.
And you're done.
Mai's fucking sick. She's got multiple air options that I love. So, I legitimately throw her on my team when I play a KOF. But I am, but that was one topic that came up, that was pretty interesting. And it kind of got me thinking back to like, You know, like there's definitely instances you see, you know, she's one of them. Biken is a very big one of them up there too. And it's funny discovering how much Biken kind of represents a, like again, guilty. Like, there's a internal sort of like almost like an RCAPA thing of just like, man, fucking Biken players, you don't play Guilty Gear, you're just a fraud, you're a scrub that likes Biken, and that's about it, you know. It's like, that is a hard call out. That is a hard call out. And you know, I legitimately do love the character and play as them, you know. But I'm also someone who, like I said, I'm like, I will learn to play and suffer if the character, whatever they may be, you know. If there's an easier pick, I'll still go with like the one I love, you know.
They'll give you a top tier eventually, buddy.
Or hey, sometimes they get patched up. Kotal Khan is pretty good now. Kotal Khan got really good.
Yeah, we'll still always know that he's a bitch.
Kotal Wheelie Wheelie Legs No Feely Khan.
Apparently he gets jobbed out in the DLC as well.
I believe it. Because, you know, I got some tweets of people going, can't wait for you to see what happens to Kotal in the new thing. And I'm like, yeah, all right, well, I get it. So they talked about that. And then, yeah, they dropped some really sobering stats, because shocking is the wrong word to use. You got to just accept things for what they are these days. But it was quite funny to see Harada say 50% of over 50% of players use Wi-Fi. That's the data they got. And
that data is not the case in Japan and on PC. But
console players, yeah.
But worldwide.
And just seeing Justin Wong being like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with half of you? And Flo is like, wait, what? 50% of you are assholes? It was,
it's like, no wonder the average match is so bad. No fucking wonder.
Over half. You know, and I would assume that that's all Christmas treat at the bottom, and that the sooner you make it out of the Wi-Fi cesspool, the sooner you'll get some better games with people that are connected.
Well, Tekken is going to be adding an option to say, get out of my face, Wi-Fi player.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I am interested to seeing how that plays out, because my ideal scenario is that means that if a lot of people that care, which I'm going to assume are most of the people who have Ethernet cables, turn that on, that means the average quality of the people using Wi-Fi, the average quality of their games will become 50% worse. By default.
It'll go worse, but just to fill you in, MK11 has been doing this. MK11 has a Wi-Fi and a wireless indicator on your matches.
But before they have don't match me up with Wi-Fi people?
No, it's not a filter. It's just an indicator, and you can decline the match.
Okay.
Skullgirls, same thing.
Because, like, the ideal is that because Wi-Fi, essentially, their Wi-Fi people are being sent to Wi-Fi jail.
Mm-hmm.
If they really like the game, they'll go, God damn it. Having to play with these Wi-Fi people in this fucking Wi-Fi gulag is the worst.
Now here's the thing too as well. Like these, there's lots of walls you can put up in terms of like trying to ensure that you get great matches, and because you're playing with oftentimes not great netcode, it feels like you kind of have to do these things. But you will have a much harder time if you set yourself to so wired only plus same region only plus no crossplay, right? In cases you can put up these different things to be like, kind of like narrow the pool down, narrow the pool down.
And browse Twitter for 25 minutes as they find you a match.
Right. or we can just put the fucking rollback in, and then it does, and then you match up with somebody,
And then
your
you can just
matches
play
are
most
fine.
people in most situations, and
Yeah,
even with
so-
packet loss off a Wi-Fi connection, it'll be adjusted, and it's better for everybody.
Yeah. So
Like, to Harada's credit, like his statements on it are the very first time that, like, from a dev, like, it feels like he's looking at it and we actually get to see the moment of like, oh wow, this shit sucks. Like from the point of ignorance to the point of like realization.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's quite rare. Like we that happened at some point at Arc System Works. We didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, actually, I did see it at ARCREVO when they were running the event, and they had the shit, what's the word? The feedback survey. They had the survey that you'd fill out, and I saw that, and I sat down with Daisuke, and I was like, yo, so what's going on? And like we saw it happen. Like they were directly like, oh yeah, this is a thing, in Tekken's case, again, it's a bit more, it's different because it's not like Street Fighter where they're like, oh, we did it already, we just did it badly. Well, it is kind of like that actually, because Tekken, he's like saying, no, we do have rollback, it is there. And it's like, so then what are the problems we're running into? And it's like, it's probably not as optimized as it could be, and I think it's a bit confusing to the situation too, because if I'm not 100% certain on this, but if I understand correctly, it might be that it uses a hybrid, because there are hybrid forms of delay mixed with rollback that you can have, and Code Mystics kind of had an explanation of this system and how they use a mixture of both in certain cases, Sorry, what is... I'm sorry, okay.
Breaking news or what?
No, I just got a little bit confused by everyone saying 3. Tekken is 3. Anyway, so just to say that, the plan there is to improve it, and hopefully we'll see whatever that means in the form of the next season, and then it'll be a netcode fix for that game. Maybe we'll see. He seems to be pretty adamant about what he's saying on that. Fexel just came out and said, "Hey, we have rollback now."
Yeah, there was a weird moment like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, with one of the devs of Fexel finding out that the game had been pirated and announcing on Twitter that he was like thinking about giving up improving the netcode because I don't even care anymore. And then everyone was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And he backed down within like 2 hours. But apparently Fexel has netcode now that is actually worth a damn. And they're working on crossplay right now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're looking at one dev having a weird fucking fit on Twitter, but it's still a game with a team of people working on it, and Akira Nishitani was there in the roundtable.
Well, I thought rollback was you have to bring in one genius that can do your rollback for you. Where does that quote come from?
We
would need a rollback genius to fix our netcode. I remember that specific phrasing coming up with one of the Japanese devs.
Would
need a genius.
Was it Capcom? Street Fighter V? Might have been. Yeah, okay. Perhaps. I know that when we talked about it with the Keats video, and then again with Slippy, it was definitely something that, it becomes clear that, like, if you're doing this, you want to be doing it from early on in development. It helps a lot more to do it early on in than it does to have to retrofit
the ARC's comment about a super programmer that I'm thinking of.
Okay.
We would need a super programmer to add it in now or something like that.
Yeah, so that's kind of what they talked about. They talked about the character usage. They went into that stuff. We talked about the 50%, and then they kind of just started rolling into kind of like announcements and just kind of like more wacky stuff. Harada was throwing up pictures at one point. He put Oatmeal-san up on the screen, and like it was right around they announced the new Dead or Alive character, and right as they were announcing Dead or Alive, Harada's screen just turns into a picture of Itagaki. So
that's pretty funny.
It's kind of funny because they're both now the big sunglasses men of the FGC. Itagaki, though, his picture, being popping up, and I see it was pretty great to see people in the chat just going Oatmeal-san. But Harada then revealed that the reason why he wears sunglasses is because Capcom told him to during Cross Tekken, because he was the bad guy.
That's awesome.
They told him to start wearing shades to be the bad guy and
he was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah, and he just never stopped. So
and that's what leads down to like the "Don't ask me for shit" shirt and the continued weird heel turn.
Mm-hmm. You got to lean into it. You build a character where there was none. That was all Capcom's doing.
That's really funny because for all that I've heard, Harada's actually a really nice guy.
Seems to be.
And Yoshinori Ono is maybe not.
Seems to be. But in terms of your public persona, his was created for the marketing of Cross Tekken. So, turns out Tekken was not the bad guy in that situation, however.
Turns out.
So we then got the announcement. It came at the end, but it was pretty much what everyone was pretty excited for. Leo Whitefang returns, and Nagoriyuki. What's up?
I didn't expect Leo to come back.
Yeah, I did. He's pretty important. And not only that, but like he's the Maximilian insert to my Nagoriyuki. So that shit is cool. And he is. It looks like Leo's got a command grab, so that's pretty wild. Nagoriyuki's move list seems pretty fucking sick. Just big sword swings.
I have an explanation for the Tekken 3 thing. Tekken is 3. It's a comment about Harada.
No, I know. Yeah. It's a meme.
They want to increase the amount of rollback, but it freaks out the 3D animation.
Mm-hmm. Tekken is 3 is a tweet that it's a tweet meme.
That makes sense because you don't want Jin's kick to come back towards his body.
So shout outs to Dipod. He had a really he had an observation that I was like, I agree with that, which is he said like Nagoriyuki looks like the way you think Baiken would play. And it's like, yeah, that's true. You'd think a straightforward sword swinger would be what she is, but she's not. She's anything
a weird
but.
lady.
Kind of like Yoshimitsu is not a straightforward sword swinger either, right?
Oh, Yoshi's the weirdest.
But he is not only your big weeaboo black samurai man with the cool mask. He is apparently he is a vampire, and he has some big Slayer references in his moves.
Great.
So he's doing the Slayer teleports, and he has the bite.
That's crazy because vampires in Guilty Gear are straight busted.
I mean, yeah. They come from beyond. They should be.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm definitely, I think it's cool to show a bit more of that because, like Slayer's pretty much just like he exists as this like super OP god in the world, and he
Yeah,
just
he's
kind of
got the famous, just lounging.
around, right? And he's got Sharon, and they just are like, they're just above everything, and you're like, what's going on with your people and your world and your origins? And he's like, we come from over there, and everybody else is gone back over there, but I'm still hanging around here. And you're like,
You got interesting and cool and stuff.
So you want to see more of like, like the connections to
I always
to that.
loved Slayer is so far above the rest of the cast in Guilty Gear that in one of the GGXX endings, like Eddie tries to eat Sharon, the woman that
his wife.
Slayer like bites in his intro,
yeah,
and explodes with light and instantly kills Eddie like he's nothing.
It's like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Like,
for sure.
Okay.
Like no, like he's in fact just like he's a pretty like great bored god kind of like role that he serves in a way, but at the same time, it's like, he can't be touched except for when fucking Bedman shows up, because apparently Bedman can actually challenge him.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Bedman of all people.
Bedman is that strong. And like they fucking have a revenge battle, because Bedman smokes him the first time they fight, and then he gets all fired up, and then he's like, okay, I'm into this now. Like, when's the last time a human had stood a chance, And they're getting all into it, and like Bedman's like, okay, I guess I'll take this seriously, and he literally pulls an anime style, I guess you have allowed, I will, what is it? It's like he pulls a, like, I will now grace you with 8% of my power.
Shut
Revenge.
Up. Shut up, anime. Shut up.
Yeah. So anyway, Slayer's rad. Vampires are rad. I'd like to find out more about that. Bedman is just like stupid busted OP mystery like character who is like, it's the kind of character you don't want to be busted because he's so annoying.
Yeah, so stupid.
But he gets away with it, which is very Nui from Kill la Kill. Mm-hmm. Right? Where you're just like, oh, you're the worst person to actually be OP because you're just a fucking humongous asshole to deal with, But anyway, so Nagoriyuki,
he is the worst.
Looks very cool. I'm interested in seeing what he's going to be. I want to hear his voice. Want to learn the lore. And man, that mask is so fucking cool. And I can say that like we already have. There's like I've seen a lot of Instagram accounts of like these cool kind of like Japanese tech fashion designers that are kind of making stuff like that. They're making cyberpunk wear now. And there's a bunch of them, and like some of them have like those fans that have 3D like light displays on them, and others are doing like transforming masks and stuff. But we're getting there. We're getting close to a world where you can actually get a cool Oni mask like he wears, and a matching outfit for it. And I'm all about that.
I want to be a robot.
So yeah, there's that.
Robot now, please.
Hey, Leo's got the Leon jacket. That's nice. He's got
his look is so much more casual. I like
everyone's casual. Casual king. It's pretty dope. So it was a nice little back-to-back because we were waiting on information for a while. And when I was at ARCREVO, shout outs to Zotbuster, because I was like getting some stuff. I got the soundtrack and then like the shirts, and I was like, oh, and give me one of those pins of the new guy. And so he's like, okay, cool. So he's talking to one of the people behind the scenes. He's like, yeah, give me one of those pins, give me this, and he's like, I almost said the name. He's like, give me a biking pin and one of motherfucker, and I'm like, So they knew way back when, and finally we have information now. So that's cool.
When's that coming out?
Spring 2021.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's still a long ways away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, and that is where I obtained the I got the Guilty Gear vinyl that Daisuke signed, which is pretty rad, which now sits comfortably on my wall, as you do, because that's a nice place to put them.
Oh, did you see that clip?
I sure did.
See the
I sure did. Fantastic.
That's a really good example of what I was talking about, where that game's writing just is great.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Because I was literally, like, as I'm watching it, and I'm just like, I don't see why it's so hard to understand that it's like putting a poster on your wall, except I want to take up less space than a poster. That's the end. Yeah. That's literally it. It's just, oh, look, it's the things I like, but I can take up less space because my walls don't have enough. I don't want to put up a bunch of posters that are going to take up too much room. And then within seconds, the game is like, you fucking douche.
Can't you even enjoy anything?
Oh, wow. Oh. That was great. Yeah. Nice counter. Talking about Deadly Premonition, by the way, it was a little conversation clip that happened in that game. ARCREVO 2020 online, set for October. Dragon Ball FighterZ is going to have some new announcements in August. Setsuka coming to Soulcalibur 4, and Sam Show Season Pass 3 announced, which is like, hey, cool, sure. They're adding in characters from, I think, like, mobile games now, like a Tencent thing, and that's not surprising considering, SNK is like mostly owned now by I forgot, it wasn't Tencent, it was that other it was another Chinese development company, but a production company rather, and so they got those guest characters showing up, and sure, that's like whatever. I think right now the Sam Show community is trying to figure out if they can use Parsec to play online, because that would be preferable.
The fuck is Parsec?
Ooh, okay. So Parsec is what I'm going to be doing on Get Into Fighting Games from now on. And essentially, it is a pretty cool like screen share. And what it does is you just connect to someone else's computer, and you can give whoever connects to your computer access to a device. By default, mouse is disabled, keyboard disabled, but you can set game controller 2 to be screen shared with the person you're connected to. And then they come in and you're going to play locally, and their inputs are going to be registered on your system, and then you're going to screen share with them, and it'll be the next best thing to. So
the idea is that the net code for Parsec is probably better than the actual net code for Sam Show.
Exactly. And
that's kind of interesting.
And basically it is not like it's definitely, it's a screen share, so you're not getting some kind of rollback based like fucking precision, but you're getting better delay than in some cases the actual game can afford. So
that's embarrassing.
Yeah. So certain games are like, yo, you want to play Marvel 3? Yeah, let's just do it on Parsec. Like, might as well. It'll be a better experience. It's not perfect, but it does like work. And in cases where the netcode is awful, this will do. Fightcade is obviously a thing, but Fightcade only works with games that run on Fightcade, so the other thing about Parsec that is extra nice for Get Into Fighting Games specifically is the part where if the audience wants to play a game that I'm playing and they don't own it, you can just still connect to me while the show is on.
Oh,
All you need is a controller or stick plugged into your computer, and you're going to be second player while I'm playing online.
Cool.
Yeah. So you can try out games you don't own that I'm playing locally with me and see if you like it, you know? So that's what we're going to be doing when possible. And I like that a lot. I like the idea of like allowing people that like might not even have picked the game up to just plug your controller in, click the button, and jump into a match with me to try out and see what they like and see if they enjoy it, you know? So this is where Getting to Fighting Games is going. And Parsec, we used it. I already tested it out a little bit with some other stuff, and it's worked. You know,
at least until better solutions arise, anyway.
Yeah, I had two people connect, and I watched the match. I was as the third party while they both connected from their locations to my system, and they were able to play. It's net play. You know what I mean? Felt like net play, but yeah, this is a potential solution that's going to work for games that really, really need it, and for games that don't have any multiplayer at all.
Yeah, games that don't have shit.
That works too. You know? Damn, Wooly, always talking about fighting games, but is trash at fighting games. Yes, exactly. That's the fun.
Welcome.
We're all trash, and we're trying to get better, but they're really fun regardless. That's the whole point. That's why it's great. I'm not
trash. I'm super good.
It's a journey, and you get beat, and then you try to get better because something beats you, and you're like, oh my god, I can overcome that. And when you do overcome that, it fucking rules. It's the best. It's such a good feeling.
I'm great. I'm the EVO 2020 champion because no one beat me.
Like, congratulations. You've discovered what makes these games so fun. So yeah, they had that. Setsuka's back. Patroklos is not.
Oh well.
What are you gonna what? What are you gonna what? You know, they tried. People didn't want it. They brought back Setsuka.
Setsuka's way better than Patroklos.
She's pretty fucking cool. Just on design, like, she wins out, and it makes more sense for her to have a hidden blade than it does, you know, this big gallant knight type character. So, and that's pretty much the announcements, you know.
Yeah, it was okay. I think Harada's comments were by far the most interesting thing out of the whole thing.
His trolling was pretty funny as well, but I think the fact that Rollback was, for the most part, ignored was painful. I want more of that first hour of, like, in-depth discussion, and, like, you know, it would be a great opportunity to make a lot of people happy that are, like, waiting and ready to support your games. And
I don't know, man. Would you rather it be ignored, or would you rather have someone look at the camera going, "We're not going to do it. We think it's stupid"?
I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll take that, because at least you fucking said it. You know, at least it's not this weird thing of like, "Can you hear me though?" And it's like, I don't know. You know? Yeah.
More DLC costumes.
You see the the ambassador from China reacting to footage of things he shouldn't be seeing?
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
What am I looking at? What?
I can't see it.
I don't understand. Rollback. We're talking about rollback. What? Huh? Just, you know.
Where am I?
I'll take the acknowledgement. I will. Shit, there was one other thought in that direction too. Yes, the thought that, like, you know, make no mistake, there are still here's a plethora of Western developed games with great netcode for you to play that you can play, but
tons of genres. Also.
And we know these are out there, and those are great, and they deserve the support. But that's, unfortunately, it's not it's not the same discussion, you know? It's like
I think the best way that I saw people phrasing it is that whenever the rollback conversation comes up, when people go, hey, is KOF going to get rollback? The chime in from people are like, Skullgirls and KI and have rollback. It's like, yeah, everyone knows that. I'm asking whether or not Tekken will get decent rollback.
Yeah.
I'm trying to push it forward onto Tekken. And then when Tekken has it, I'll try and push it forward onto KOF.
I think that was Buttons specifically. Yeah,
it was Buttons.
So it's a separate discussion. There are some games that currently are great that do have it. We want these games that we love to also get it too. And that is the state of Japanese fighting games.
It sucks, but it could get better.
Now more than ever is when it needs to happen. And yes,
it's always the same thing. Hey, you guys had like a decade to improve this. Why didn't you do it? Didn't feel like it.
Here's a black character with dreads. I'll take it. I'll take it. Cuphead is now on PS4. Ba-boom.
Hooray. The only reason people are even talking about this in terms of news story instead of just like, oh, hey, it's on, is because of the interview with, I forget it might have been Phil Spencer, but don't quote me on that, but just like the phrase Cuphead will never leave the Xbox was a sentence that was said out loud. Or it might have been Cuphead will never come to PS4.
Poorly aged things.
Cuphead will never come out on the PlayStation 4. It's 100% true. Ask the developers whether or not the game was a 100% lifetime PC Microsoft exclusive. Yes, this Cuphead game is exclusive to Xbox and PC. There will be a Mac version down the road, and possibly Linux. 100% exclusive.
Studio MDHR. Money doesn't have rules.
There's a really fantastic thread on our subreddit right now that features a feeling very common in the game industry, which is just, so that was a fucking lie.
Mm-hmm.
The Arkham Knight is a completely new character, is like the one that's used. Where it's the thread, and that one's one of the craziest ever, because it's like, wow, that's just a blatant full lie.
Completely. I liked seeing one that was Master Chief covered in drape, like cloak. Cool cloak. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck did that happen? That's some bullshit. That never happened. That didn't happen at all.
I think
my favorite ever like an idiot.
Always going to be. Always, I will cut my own head off with a chainsaw if Resident Evil 4 comes out on the PlayStation. And it came out on the PS2 9 months later.
I will staple my balls to my leg if... What was it? It was
recent. It was very recent.
Oh.
Was it Smash related?
Something. SMT?
SMT5. It was SMT5.
There it was. Yes.
SMT5 shows up. I will staple my balls to my thigh. Like, and the tweet was also like, you can count on it.
Listen, man. The thing about living in a society is that time moves forward. And as time moves forward, things happen.
It's
things
true.
that you've been waiting on a long time happen. We live in a post FF7 remake world.
We do. That's accurate.
Has that dawned on you? How
we live in a post Shenmue 3 got kickstarted, came out, and sucked ass world.
We live in a post Death Stranding world. It's out. We've beaten it. That one's not as big of a lead up, but there's some shit that's been our entire lives.
We got a guy in the chat basically nailing the sentiment of this directly, which is staple my asshole shut if Skyrim is released on the PS5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
And no, Last
well,
Guardian
I have to hold you to that, Bert.
Last Guardian and DMC5, you know, those are some big ones, man. Those are some fucking lifetime. I mean, DMC5 is like definitely for the younger kids. That's the more recent of like the weights. FF7 is the fucking, that's the lifetimer. That's the big one, you know. So yeah, time exists and it is like a river and it flows
and it keeps
forward.
on flipping into the future. Oh man. Okay, why am I thinking of Space Jam? Was that involved with Space Jam?
You nailed it.
Okay.
Yep. Seal.
Yeah.
Fly like an eagle. Speaking of
Seal?
Not of Seal, but of you know, PlayStation. The State of Play broadcasts focusing on VR games is coming up in 3 days. So there's going to be something going on.
I'm going to pass on that.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Did you check out any of that Halo Infinite? Did you check out the Halo Infinite Brute Jimmy's Rustled memes?
Uh-huh.
There you go. Yeah. That's what you're looking for.
Yo, that game looks like shit.
So did you see the later version of it where they showed off like the actual like closer to release render engine?
Yeah, sure.
Like the
reason I say that game looks like shit has nothing to do with Brute Man's face.
Oh. Okay.
It has to do with like it looks like one of the later 343 Halo games trying to be an earlier Halo game. Like wearing a mask of your father or something.
So yeah, like I didn't watch the the promo stuff. I kind of just looked at the shorter teaser they dropped because I'm like, I just want to see the grappling hook and how it's used, and it's like, oh yeah, you can swing on things and pull people. Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay.
But like, yeah, definitely I'm noticing that there's a sentiment of people are looking at it and going, this reminds them more of 4 and 5 than it does of the first 3 and the good games, and so like it seems to not be landing. And I'm just like, I don't know anything about this shit. I'm learning right now, you know.
I don't know anything about 4 and 5, but I did watch a cutscene from 5. I watched a very big climactic battle between 2 titans of that game's story, and it sucked ass.
Okay.
It was like, this is bad.
I'm always in favor of a grappling hook, but like, yeah, if the rest is pretty shit, then that is not enough for me to want to bother going through it. I'll say that much. But yeah. Also, it's a 10-year platform that we will be working on, and
because it's infinite.
Oh, just
so you know what that is? You know what that actually is?
Why did it have to sound? Yeah, I know.
It's free to play.
It's free to play multiplayer, and they're gonna be updating it and putting stuff in as we go on. And it's just like, why did it have to sound so incredibly similar to the Destiny announcement? Why did it have to give all of that energy?
I mean, Anthem do you remember Anthem has a long history in front of it and all those quotes?
But did they say 10 years too for that as well?
I don't think they put a number on it like that.
Okay.
What a terrible comparison to make, especially considering Bungie and Halo and all that. Because, like, I don't think I have ever hated a game more that I've played as much of as Destiny 2. Like, that game has left me so frustrated. Like, so frustrated. And
now, listen,
their 10-year plan was no plan at all. So to use that specific phrase is just really stupid. Why would you say that?
Now, my name's not Paul, and I do not work for a marketing department.
That's true.
But if I were Paul Marketing, I would say that ever since Destiny, it would be a bad idea to say we're planning on this game being around for X number of years. Don't even do it.
The thing
Don't
that you
even
say
do it.
is we're going to plan to support it for a really long time.
You say that your intention, exactly, right? This is intended to be our platform for a long time, and we're going to do whatever. But the moment you say that, people are like, okay, well, anything short of that will just be embarrassing, and that's on you. You know?
So
If shit ends up drying up immediately, then obviously you can't try to... Well, you can try, but it'd be a long walk to getting people to caring about it again, which, you know, we've seen some games do. But if your plans change, why even put out there something that you can then be smacked in the face by a couple years later?
There's something that I always really disliked about the phrase 10-year plan. And I just realized what it was. Like, you know when something hits your ear and you're just like, no one has a 10-year plan. And I know this because we're talking, the two games that have had this phrase used, maybe Anthem too, are like loot shooter, like Destiny's weird loot shooter MMO thing, and now Halo, right? And it's like, you know what games don't even have 10-year plans? Real MMOs. Games that have expansions every year or every 2 years on the dot and have consistent content updates. They don't have 10-year plans. They have like a 3-year plan, and then they have like a note scribbled on a napkin for everything.
And then we'll wing it. Then we'll wing it. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So like 14 has been really like they're really open with their dev process. So like when Shadowbringers was like leading up, right? So we were halfway through the 3.0 cycle. Sorry, the 4.0 cycle. They're like, well, we know what we're going to do in Shadowbringers, what all those patches are going to be, more or less, right? And we're pretty sure where the story's going to go one expansion in the future. So that's 3 years. WoW had a different expansion rollout, and they knew that they were going to go, when that game came out in 2004, they knew we're going to do Burning Crusade, and then we're going to do fucking Frozen Throne, or no, that's not what it's called. Whatever, the ice one. Right. And then they had like, well, maybe we'll go to the Panda place afterwards, or maybe we'll go here. And, you know, it's all up in the air. Right. 3-4 year plan tops. And this is for games that are shipping full expansions that are full games.
This sounds so much like anime or manga, where they'll be like, we have an ending, we have a major turn, I don't know, we'll figure the rest out. Right. We've got the traitor, and we've got the finale planned out. I don't know what the rest is going to be, you know? And
Akira Toriyama has a 10-year plan for Dragon Ball, he says, in the middle of the Saiyan saga. Saiyan? Saiyan saga.
Yeah.
Right?
Saiyajin. Listen.
Like,
now, here's the exact... Now, that is reality. This is what you see, is the things with 10-year plans did not plan for 10 years. They just fucking tripped over their balls into them, okay? But why does it get said, right? What is the point? Well, it certainly isn't the player-based confidence in spending the money on the thing. It's way more about investors being like, ooh, we got ourselves a big fish.
Yeah, so when they say 10-year plan to you, they're saying, listen, if you buy your microtransaction hat, this is a game you'll be playing for a decade, right? And what's funny is that Warframe doesn't say that, right? But is a game that I'll be playing on and off for a couple of, you know? But yeah, it's like, hey man, this revenue stream. will go for years and years. It's not like that Halo of yesteryear where it came out and you saw a big return and then nothing. Nah, man, you're gonna get a fucking dividend every 2 months.
Strike up the profits with Third Strike. Impact your profits with Second Impact. Yeah, it's just the fucking arcade flyers. That's all it is. You know, your destiny of large profits awaits. The shadow of your coffers will be filled with riches in Shadowbringer.
Yeah.
Can we get arcade flyers for modern games, please? Can we start doing this again? This is great. Yeah. Just all that dumb shit to get arcade buyers.
I fucking hate it.
That's all it is, man.
Sucks.
You know, and I feel, I feel like, it doesn't, and it's like, as long as people that investors are still excited by hearing that, they'll never stop. They won't stop saying it. They'll be like, oh yeah, this is a big confident thing.
Because rich people are like void holes that only feel the feel of money in their. They will kill your children to make line go up a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry to get a little political there, guys. Rich people look delicious. That's all I'm saying. They look tasty. Hey, I have a news story that I just thought up. Can I run that as this is news?
Sure.
All right, George R.R. Martin is a coward bitch.
So this is hilarious. This is really funny. I actually, before this story popped up, I remembered this because I was talking to my friend about Elden Ring, and I was like, hold on a minute. Wait a second. Didn't we have a story where he went to New Zealand and he said, you can jail me if it's not out by this summer?
And I said, and so the
before the story
was, I said they should jail this motherfucker for not writing the books. And you said, that's crazy. Dude, what the hell? And then in that podcast, we got him literally quoted saying, if I show up in New Zealand and I don't have the book, imprison me in front of a lake of sulfur.
Yes.
And I'll write the book. And you went, okay, well, fine then. He said it himself.
He's given New Zealand
July 29th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see a book or a prison. That's out of his mouth.
Yep. And it's not like the quarantine means that like you're going to have less opportunities to write.
Oh, yeah. You know what, George? There's no it's, you know, he's like, I don't have a lot of time to write because, you know, I got to travel to all these events and I'm working on all these projects. I'm like, doing a lot of traveling now, George.
Mm-hmm.
No? What you thinking about? About writing?
I remembered that story. I went to look it up. It happened to exactly be the dates we're describing. And then, there was another article that popped up about it. Has there been a statement? Has there been a response?
Nope.
Nothing.
Nope.
A book, a prison cell, or a corpse, I suppose.
So I pointed that out, and people were like, well, he said he had to show up to the convention he was going to. That's like, no one cares for this intellectual masturbation about it was specifically about the event or specifically about New Zealand. Mm-hmm. The man said that you should expect it by this date, and said that, implied that by not doing so, that would be so unfair that he should be imprisoned. That's the core of it. The nitpicky details don't matter here. And I feel bad for him, but also fuck him, because like, so there aren't going to be conventions for a long time, right? So the fan isn't going to be able to, be like, do the signing and then be like,
Nope.
hey, dude, what about this? But he will either die or there will come a time when someone in an interview or a article or whatever gets to ask him, hey man, how's the book coming along? And he'll go, yeah, it's coming. And it goes, well, you said that you would imprison yourself happily in a tiny one-man cabin in front of a lake of sulfur. Like, and that date was like a year ago.
So, we were just talking about how we live in a post-X world, right?
Yeah.
We are currently living in a wait world for what? So we got Winds of Winter.
Yeah.
We got JoJo Leon. We got Berserk ending. Those are the three I got.
Well, luckily, JoJo Leon will finish eventually.
Elden Ring kind of gets chalked up to Grimm in general. Elden Ring has not taken on a ridiculous 10-year lead.
Well, I mean, we don't know anything about it yet.
We just don't know anything. Exactly. Right? Games that are announced that you just don't know anything about are not the same as it's been a decade type of thing,
I mean, shit. Fucking Winds of Winter was de facto announced back in the 90s.
Part 8 was 2011. And Berserk is Berserk, Star Citizen, yeah, I've been hearing about that for a while. But then there's the stuff where you just give up hope on it. Like Mega Man Legends. Mega Man Legends 3, don't even mention that. Just stop, That's not even... first they have to say it exists and then you can start counting. But for now, that's just dead.
Well, actually, no, that's not good enough because they did say it exists.
But then they killed
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's even that's not good enough.
Is Bloodborne PC anything but wishful thinking?
No, it's weird.
Is there any official anything to make people think that's happening?
It's possible.
Why?
Because From Software didn't do the PC versions of their own games.
Sure, but where was it ever said that this was even a thing?
It wasn't. It was that Horizon and Death Stranding are coming to PC.
Okay, so but there's no actual.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because the thing was always, dude, it's a Sony first party game that'll never come to another platform.
Right.
Now that reasoning is now false because there are Sony first party games that come to other platforms.
Right.
That's it.
Okay. So it sits squarely in Demon Souls territory of everyone wants this to happen, but there's been no official hints. So yeah,
I think they should do it, so it should happen. Is the logical?
Totally. Okay. Yeah, that's the world we live in. Is the world where we're these are the things we're waiting on at the moment. Always got to be waiting on something, Couple other little bits and pieces over the last 2 weeks.
Cool.
We got an update that Suicidal Tendencies and Anthrax tracks will be in Tony Hawk.
Cool.
So Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2, the music we wanted is actually going to be there. Bring the Fucking Noise, my favorite track, is going to be there. And Psycho Vision is going to be there.
It's great.
Saved.
This is great.
Not that it was unsaved because it was still going to be a banger of a game, but
I can think of
perfection.
Almost any game that's not a music game where the soundtrack is this important.
No,
the licensed track.
Yeah, it's the most. It's the most, definitely. What's rad, in addition to that, is they confirmed new artists as well were going to be jumping on the soundtrack. Fuck, that was a different article. Where'd that go?
It's fine.
All right. There was a list of. Oh yeah, here we go. Tribe Called Quest, Atari's, Less Than Jake, Real Big Fish. So, sticking with the era.
Good.
Sticking with the era.
If they put a bunch of new music in there, that'd be like, no.
New to the game, but from the era. Yes. Tribe Called Quest, Less Than fucking Jake, Real Big Fish. That's hilarious. That's great. And the Ataris. So yeah, saved.
I'm gonna play the shit out of that game.
Fuck yeah.
As long as they don't fuck it up, it's their game to fuck up.
And it's 1+2.
Yeah, it's 1+2, and I remember
it's exactly what you want.
I think we talked about it, which is, but what about the revert though? I think it was you that said that one of the devs mentioned in an interview that's like, yeah, we had to put a revert in because the team kept trying to do it, and it like breaking their combos.
yeah, it's too burnt in for sure. It is great too because I'm glad they're together because 1+2 equals 1 generation, which is our age, and then 3+4 was the first game to like 25 and under, you know, for a lot of people. So like,
I would like it if they could add the courses from 3 as DLC later. I don't have a strong affiliation to 4, but 3 is really good.
I have a stronger affiliation with 4. 3 is the one I played the least. Because I didn't buy 3 actually. I kind of borrowed it. I played it for a bit, and then I bought 4 and like went in super hard on it. So I'm really mostly about 2, then 1, and then I know 4 the most. I'd say.
Mm-hmm. 2's the best one,
in my opinion.
Yeah,
but it's an age thing. It's an age thing.
I've never. Wait, are there people who think that 2 isn't the best one?
There's a lot of people that think 3 is the best one, and it feels to me like the Mega Man or Sonic discussion.
Fine. Like, I disagree, but that's fine.
Yeah. Mega Man, Sonic, Tony Hawk. 2 or 3. Where are we going with this? It's the same thing every time.
Oh yeah.
It's the same thing every time. So and a lot of the time it comes down to age or like where you started, But yeah, looking good on that. Then we've got little announcement dropping hot off the presses actually. For those who might be interested, Mythic Games MG is dropping a Kickstarter for the Darkest Dungeon board game with little Darkest Dungeon minis, which look cool. They're the little characters, as you know. That's fun. And Darkest Dungeon is so compatible with a board game.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Super compatible system. It's like, of course, that's a gimme. A board game or a card game, it lends itself so well to that. So, that's Mythic Games MG putting out the Kickstarter for Darkest Dungeon board game. Then we've got, so this is.
Oh, I bet I know what you're going to talk about just from the tone of your voice.
Where am I going?
You're talking about the Avengers game.
No, I'm not.
Oh, no?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the Beyond Good and Evil Netflix adaptation.
Oh! Forgot about that. Paige mentioned it to me, but I think I was in a sleepy state, and I'm like, I guess I thought it wasn't real. Oh!
Like, make no mistake, okay? Beyond Good and Evil, love that game. Beyond Good and Evil 2, forever wait, forever in limbo. We've seen it in weird forms multiple times, and the last version they showed off some pretty cool-looking characters, but ultimately we're like, what is this game going to be? Where is it? What's happening here?
When was that?
Getting a film announcement or an adaptation for Netflix, and it's being handled by the Detective Pikachu guy, Rob Letterman. So I had, Detective Pikachu was like, it was all right, it was fun, it was whatever. We saw the gameplay of BG&E 2 in that like last little preview there, but like it still is in this weird thing of like it's like a persistent online experience, and like I kind of was just looking for another game that was just some levels and some story and some platforming, and that was it. But okay, they're doing something else. But I guess it's so weird to have these announcements come out when the thing itself is not here. And we've been waiting so long for the thing that we're like...
Could you excuse me a moment? I got somebody at the door.
Oh, do what you gotta do.
Check just a second.
BRB. Okay.
I swear to God, what the fuck is actually wrong with delivery people who want you to open the door and like take it out of their hands?
Yeah, I don't know what planet you're on.
Still. I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
That's crazy.
Knock on the door. Bing, ding, 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 ba-da-da. I get up there and I stand there and I go, and he goes, Can you open? No. Why would I?
What did you tell him to put it on the floor?
Yeah. And he gave me like a weird look and wandered off. Like, pff, okay, whatever.
Did you yell the word pandemic?
No.
Like, what? I don't... What is... Yeah. Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Somebody
says because they touched it anyway, so what difference does it make? The difference that it makes is no one's wearing a mask, and I don't really feel like standing 2 feet away from a guy and taking a parcel out of his hands with no mask, particularly somebody who travels to hundreds of people's homes a day, you dumb idiots.
The difference is risk mitigation. How do you not understand that? How do you literally... What do you not understand about that? That... the more of the human being there is in front of you, the higher the risk there is within that distance. And that the object is still there and it is still a risk you have to treat individually. But if that's the only thing, as opposed to what a stupid question. That's insane. All right, moving on. Don't even acknowledge that. OGs coming out. Shout outs to the OGs.
I'm going to hug my cat.
So I was saying that I don't quite understand why they think that people will care about announcements for things related to or spin-offs of the main thing we are waiting for. And it's a humongous miss in terms of like getting excitement for something when they jump the gun by going, the spin-off to the thing you've been waiting on that's not in your hands yet is in the works. Please get excited for the product that we are used to because we've been staring at it in development for years. So we have a concrete version of it in our heads, but you're still in the dark and you don't know anything about it yet, really. But there's a spin-off. We're jumping into that, announcing it already.
On Good and Evil 2, it's extra crazy because, hey, everyone, get excited for the film spin-off of the game that will totally come out for real, I promise.
So, you know, when you bring that Red Ash energy, which is exactly what it is. It's Red Ash. It's let's talk about the new thing when the old thing is still in fucking production. Like, it just bugs me. It's not to say that it won't be the time once we have it and we know it and it's great and everything's going. But this jumping of the fucking gun in terms of the announcement of it is so silly because we're just like, we just want to fucking get the game, guys. Come on, man. I really wish...
place, we'd like to even see it.
I wish that franchise belonged to anyone else. I really do. It fucking bugs me that it's stuck where it is. Anyway.
I mean, the good news is that it is my belief that that game is not even a real thing anymore. So it's functionally stuck with no one. Because it's dead. I went and checked while we were talking, and Beyond Good and Evil 2's trailer was 2017.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
It's just, it's like, what, like, the next, like, you have to just understand. Again, I'm not Paul marketing, but if I were, the move is not to say the word that people are like, yes, Beyond Good and Evil 2, what about it? What's going on? And you're like, we got a movie coming to Netflix because Castlevania ruled and everyone loved it, so it's our turn now. And you're just like, fuck off, man. Fuck off, please. That sucks. Such a dumb thing to do. Anyway, that's happening. And you know what? The worst part about that is that it might even be good. It might be fine. Who knows? It's just, this is not the order that you should be telling people about things in, you know?
You know what I like to think actually occurs with this?
Mm-hmm.
Who's producing this? This is Netflix?
Yep.
So they go to Netflix 2 years ago and they go, "Hey, we're planning to release this, Beyond Good and Evil thing. Can you do you want to do a tie-in thing?" And Netflix is like, "Sure." And then Netflix does their job and starts production and starts, casting or whatever the fuck you got to do, right? And that trucks along. And meanwhile, over at Ubisoft, and so now these two things that were probably supposed to release side by side or close together, it's now spin-off and maybe never, right? Like,
listen, like, it clearly exists. It just feels like the most confused, like, follow-up to a franchise because it's going through that, like, people want more of this thing, but we want it to go in the most profitable way. So
of course.
let's, it's that, hey, you want more Legacy of Kain? Yes.
I will leave this podcast right now. I
Correct?
will not engage. We're not doing
yes.
this.
You do.
No.
It appears that you do. Sources tell me you would like more. Nosgoth! Right? It's what you... Did you like Sleeping Dogs?
Yes.
You're a big fan of Sleeping Dogs. You liked it.
Yeah. It's good.
Right? Wei Shen?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you want... Chinatown Wars.
You mean Triad Wars?
Yeah, that one. That's what you wanted, right? That's what you wanted. Yeah. No, yeah. Big fan.
No.
That's what you wanted.
I'm a big fan of Dragon's Dogma. Did I want Japanese only Dragon's Dogma online? No. Oh, it fucking shut down? I didn't even know that. That shit is gone. Jesus Christ.
It's just like it's the most like it's almost callous because you know exactly what you're doing when you do this. You know exactly what you're doing. You know what people want. You know what they're excited for. And you're just absolutely driving it off a cliff in the hopes that maybe we can strike some of that gas money, you know? BG&E is fucking ransomed for some reason, and I hope whatever it is now is good, but dear God, like, put the thing out first before you start telling us about what it's going to get adapted into. Please.
No.
Okay, well,
because we need to have all the stuff cross-media promotion all hit at the same time. I feel like the games business has a very special relationship with games that get stuck in development hell compared to, say, film and most books. Like George R.R. Martin, right? That is an outlier, I feel. A very public outlier, right? I can't think of many movie franchises that they're like, we're going to make another one. And then like 20 years later, like nothing has come out.
Yeah.
They make one. It's usually trash, but it comes out. It hits a theater.
I think, like the fact that Trigger is working on that cyberpunk anime, it's definitely something where you're like, well, I like that. I like Trigger. I like what they have to do. But it still falls into the category of allow people to be excited for the thing by playing the thing before you fucking spin it off.
No. Cross-media promotion.
I'm not Paul marketing. I can't. You know?
You got to release the Dead Space animated comics to get people excited for Dead Space.
you gotta plan out the trilogy that is Advent Rising. And
that's the one, isn't it?
yeah, you gotta let everyone know where this is going far in advance.
Actually, I have one that might be a little better. You have to plan out the sequels for Too Human, which was supposed to be a trilogy as well.
Shenmue Part what? Yeah, dude. I threw this idea out there the other day, and the truth is I don't know if I'll ever get the time or I don't know what it would be yet. But something just I'm like, like I feel like I would love to just make some kind of like maybe there's a video somewhere in there to just like gather, collect, and talk about dead cinematic universes. Can we? I just kind of want to like pull a collection of dead cinematic universes,
like the Dark Universe or whatever it was supposed to be with the mother.
All of it. Yep.
Like that one was like the most dramatic failure ever.
I want to do something with that just because it's like the fucking hubris to just set yourself up from step one as like, we're coming for that Marvel money, baby. We're coming for that CU. And you're just a bunch of idiots with a lot of money thinking they understand what people like, and they're just jumping in and as I say, Babe Ruthing it, just pointing at the stands, pointing it out, calling out the home run.
I don't mean to put too fine of a point on it, but do you know what you're actually talking about?
Mm-hmm.
A 10-year plan.
Yeah. Actually, that is what it is.
Describe the movie equivalent of the 10-year plan.
100%. Right?
It's the exact same internal reaction of, this is going to be a big cinematic universe, and you're like, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. Please invest your money, and you'll see big returns because everyone will come out to see.
The cinematic universe is not going to pop off, man.
We are going to make 7 movies in 7 years, and people will love all of them. Give us your money.
All right, the first one came out and bombed. It's canceled.
Oh, but what about all the marketing that made reference to the cinematic universe, though? And what about the movies that were for year 2 and 3 that might have started production?
Cancel them. Throw hundreds of millions of dollars into the toilet and then light the toilet on fire.
Anyway, so that's happening. Now, I guess I didn't actually throw this on the docket, but yeah, we can talk about speaking of cinematic universes. We can talk about the MCU and Sony's Spider-Man.
So, the Avengers game by Square Enix, which is going to be a live service game with a 10-year plan, I might add. Spidey-Man, owned by Sony, will only be playable on the Sony PlayStation.
You know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that the Sony character Spider-Man has been
owned by Sony.
It's been such a cool working relationship over the years, and they've gotten so close to Marvel that they're basically like sharing a universe, and like now he's not even a guest anymore, right? It's awesome. It's like these two brands have come together, you know? Spider-Man cross Marvel. Like, who the fuck would have thought? I never saw that coming. Spider-Man cross Marvel is like such a sick crossover. That's crazy. I would never have imagined in my life. And
do you remember when Spider-Man let Sony use his font for the PlayStation?
What a time to be alive, bro. It's nuts. So he's going to be in the game now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, he's going to be in the game, but only on the Sony PlayStation. So, there are like 3 live service games that are currently being in the run-up, right? One is the Gearbox one. It's like all mythical. Looks like too human. I don't even mean that disparagingly. It's like mythical and like Valhalla kind of shit. It literally looks like too human. There's the Avengers game, which they just announced Hawkeye, who looks nothing like Jeremy Renner. Get away from that shit. And there's a third one, which I don't remember who's making it, and I don't remember the name of it. And I don't. It looked like you were all fighting in a desert, and the game only had one color. And I don't know if anyone's ever brought it up to me, but they were showing it was being shown off a couple weeks ago. Outriders, holy shit! Do you even remember this game at all, Wooly?
Not even remotely.
Who's making this? Square Enix, and People Can Fly is making Outriders. Did you even see it?
I must have. I've got nothing.
Pull up here. I'll fucking here's scroll through this. Just scroll. Just doesn't even matter.
Why
bother? Look at it.
Do I even have to? Like, why bother? Like,
yeah, okay.
I get it.
They all look terrible. They all look like garbage. Like, they look worse than the fake shit Anthem was putting out that everyone said was a lie. Like, they are trying really hard with Outriders and Avengers in particular. And fucking... Man. Wow.
So, what I'm seeing here... Not too sure. But it seems like people are not very happy with Square Enix and Crystal D over this deal.
No. Why is that, Wooly? Is it because Spider-Man is by far the world's most popular superhero?
You know, I never really realized that, like, Spider-Man really did just become a Sony exclusive character, didn't he?
Yep.
He's in Marvel 3, which is on both consoles, and you know, those games, the I want to say like Web of Shadows and Shattered Dimensions and stuff from the 360 era,
mm-hmm.
Like, those games were still there. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, he's in that too, right? Yeah, okay. So no, he continues to exist. He continues to exist in a Marvel context in these other games. So what the fuck then? What the fuck is this weirdness? Is it because of the branding of like
about
Avengers specifically and like the MCU kind of like connection? You know?
I think it says a lot about Spider-Man that the game that came out on Sony's PlayStation 4 that had Spider-Man in it was called Spider-Man. Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's definitive. This is our boy. You know, like...
Yeah. Marvel's Spider-Man, right? Actually, wasn't it?
Nope.
I believe. No, wasn't there a little?
Well,
anyway,
just looking at the Wiki article, it is literally just Spider-Man.
Just Spider-Man. Yeah. I feel like I saw logos with it, but what the it is fucking weird, man. Because I'm like, it must be that the game here particularly ties into MCU contract dealings.
No, it's because Sony paid the money. Because Sony only owns the movie rights. And
yes.
this thing doesn't tie into the MCU at all.
Yes.
In fact, they're trying to get it away from the MCU, which seems to be a massive, stupid mistake.
But it's pseudo still resembling MCU-ish vibes. It's clearly kind of going...
I think the worst thing about that game is that it's knockoff MCU with the wrong actors instead of its own thing. Like they're using the comics version of the characters, but they're trying to paint it like it's the MCU, but they all look like knockoffs. It's super dumb.
Yeah, so that's well, yeah, it's
just another reason to just not buy that game, which looks terrible.
And hey, like, you know what doesn't look terrible? Miles Morales, right? I think I would like to see the number of times Sony's made a bid to permanently own Spider-Man, which, to be perfectly honest, I don't think anyone can afford.
So a lot of every time this comes up, everyone's like mad at Sony, and I have to say, you should be a lot more mad at Marvel for making the actual stupidest deal in the history of the universe ever.
Correct.
The deal of you can keep it as long as you use it is the most short-sighted shit that could ever be.
The split and the mess that comes from the division of this entire universe is entirely based on Marvel not giving a fuck about films and not understanding what kind of insane contract they were doing. We all know this. It's the worst. It's the worst deal in history. Yeah,
they could have given them a 20-year deal and they'd have it back by now. And 20 years is a long time. You can make a lot of movies.
It is. You know, they were desperate for money. They signed in, and there was just the concept of a non-shit superhero movie just didn't exist. Just it could never be done.
Except for pretty much just Batman.
But it's like, just Superman the idea of talented people making a thing that doesn't suck it's just an unfathomable concept. Yeah. No. Yes, the fact that there were.
If you want to know why that idea was so crazy, go watch Kevin Smith talk about trying to write the fucking Superman
movie. Yeah. No. It's we know about the bankruptcy. It's very clear that they were having their money problems. It was still an insanely stupid deal. So that happened. And random weird little bit, there's a King of Fighters Awaken movie.
Oh, dude, this thing looks bad. Holy shit.
You know what it is? It might as well just be called King of Fighters Degeneration. Like, yep. It's the Resident Evil movies, but it's KOF and being made by what is it?
I think it's a Chinese CG company.
It's a Chinese CG company. Yeah. Joy Pictures. So it's actually being released in China first in 2022. The trailer itself was it was in Chinese, and that's King of Fighters is huge. It's huge there. So that there's going to be a King of Fighters CG movie. Hey,
I'll never forget that in fucking Chapeau Lang, a fucking KOF 2002 cabinet is like the center of the movie's emotional arc. Do you remember that?
Yeah, sure. It is a really popular franchise over there that like lived on in the form of like the online game King of Combat. Even like it was a big deal, you know. In addition to being a big deal in Mexico as well. I want to say, like whatever this is, it'll be competing with King of Fighters, the movie. Never forget.
Forget.
Rest in peace, Ray Park. Don't know what you're doing out there, man, but you know.
Don't look.
I hope it all works out.
Don't.
Nope.
Don't look into that.
Nope. You know, Darth Maul died, and That's all there is to it. And then you'll be...
Crazy about Darth Maul is...
Mm-hmm.
He got his bottom part of his torso cut off so that he couldn't accidentally post it on Instagram.
Not bad. Not bad.
Thank you.
So there's King of Fighters Another Day, which was the mini anime series that was coming out alongside Maximum Impact. And then I want to say there was another one that I didn't bother with. But, hey, you know, at some point in the trailer, Kyo puts his hand up, and then he does the Orochinagi, and he goes into the pose of the sprite. And I'm like, well, hey, I like that.
Oh, my God, you get a hit donuts with it.
It really, really bugs me when characters from things like fighting games or other things have very clear signature moves and move lists, but they don't do them or use them in whatever adaptation. That bothers the shit out of me on a level you can never understand.
When are we going to get a Tekken anime where we see Kazuya do like 4 Earth Wind God fists in a row?
Like when it's just a bunch of martial artists just doing martial arts and choreographing their own shit and doing nothing faithful, I fucking can't stand it. Dear God.
Why even have these characters? Why even bother?
Yeah. So we'll see.
Wolves, I hate to be rude. My headphones are dying, so we only got about 10 more minutes on this. And
okay.
I may randomly not be able to hear you because it tells me that my headphones are dying.
Okay.
Apologies. Usually I charge it beforehand, but I'm a little low on sleep lately with running and taking care of baby.
No, it's pretty annoying how sometimes you'll get the connecting to, I'm going to mute off whatever you were listening to while I say this. Disconnecting from whatever the fuck you didn't want me to connect to. So, I hear you. Now, that's fine because we had 2 more stories. One of them was a minor thing, and again, 2 weeks of catch up. One, nuclear disarmament was achieved in Metal Gear Solid 5, and
on
then
the PS3.
And then it was investigated as potentially fraudulent. They're looking into it. It might not be real. The team anti-nuke might have bullshitted it, but we don't know how. So
well, I'll tell you what, if we ever achieve nuclear disarmament in the real world, it will be assuredly fraudulent.
There you go. And certainly not least, 3 words. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Just let it sit in.
Is that just Jet Set Radio again?
It's sure, you can use the word just, but I'll tell you what it is. It's a long time coming. It's in the hands of Hideki Naganuma, so the music is already secured. Funding secured. And it is being done by Team Reptile, a.k.a. the Lethal League Blaze people.
Oh, so, perfect.
Dear God Almighty.
All right, well, that's done.
Hey, Sega, never mind. They're going to fucking do it.
Yeah.
And it's just the most... You don't want this? You don't want it? Dude, last chance. Dude, like, yo, it's the last nugget. You don't want the nugget? I saved the sauce for you right there. You don't... I'm taking the fucking nugget. They're doing it. They're doing it. I'll do it my fucking self. They showed off, 10 seconds? With a little bit of a track from Hideki Naganuma, a.k.a. Skankfunk himself. And you're like, sounds amazing, looks amazing, has the skating, has the fucking tagging, perfect cell shading because they already had that down. Looks like the character from Lethal League is going to be in it as well. And it's just the name rules. And it's like fucking done and done and done and done and done. Like every single thing you wanted to see in 10 seconds is done. And you go to the Steam page and just read the description and they're like, yeah, no, we're doing whatever. We're doing it. That's it. And then they're like, they put a tweet out and they go, by the way, what else do you want to see? Like, obviously, you want to see some skating, some grinding, and some tagging. Get the graffiti down. But what else do you want to see? Can't fucking wait. Beautiful. And I feel like happy for Hideki Naganuma because he's been like literally jumping on board everything that even remotely resembles Jet Set Radio and helping them out. He's like, I'll make music for Hover. I'll make music for this other game that was kind of like Jet Set. I'll jump in on whatever projects. And he's just like, I will do this for free. I'm practically begging to pay Sega to do this, you know? And
Sega's like, eh.
He's been dying to work on more of this. And now Bomb Rush Cyber Funk. That's the name. Bomb Rush Cyber Funk. That's the name. One more time. BCR. Bomb. Did I fuck it up? No, I fucked it up. Bomb Rush Cyber Funk. Yes. All right. Yeah. It's in there. It's great. And he's in there and he's fucking finally getting a chance. And he's so happy that he's retweeting. BRC. Thank you. He's retweeting a bunch of like everything, including like, Sega, you had a chance, you didn't take it. No one, like, wow. You know, like, hey, like just straight up being like, Sega, why would you know? We don't know why you took so long, but whatever the case is, whatever. This is happening with or without you, and that's it. You know, so franchise fucking just a forced baton pass. They ripped the baton in the relay race from the cold dead hands.
Something very similar to that with Ayuden in Suikoden, where that Kickstarter got announced a little bit ago. Are you familiar with it?
Which one?
Ayuden is not Suikoden 7 or 6.
Okay.
It's made by all the regular people, and it's a really adorable Kickstarter video where they're all like middle-aged, kind of schlubby Japanese like old-time game developers hanging out under a bridge, cosplaying with cardboard, and be like, and then they beat up Igarashi, who I think is supposed to symbolize Konami. That thing crushed its Kickstarter goals, and it's really a thing of like, man, Konami's not going to make anything ever again.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think, honestly, Jet Set Sona was like almost like the final rallying cry, right? I talked about it. It was when my avatar was had like a red X over my face or like a white X over my red avatar. Like that whole thing was a Sega, listen, everybody has a lot of love for Jet Set Radio and we want to give you a lot of money. Please, can you at least acknowledge the anniversary of the thing?
No.
Just say happy birthday to Jet Set Radio.
No.
And
I can't think of a company that listens less than Sega, except maybe Konami.
You know, so the Jet Set Sona like campaign, which again, 2Mello got in there and made a sick track for it, was just like for the last time, we're gonna try one more. Are you out? Can you hear us? I don't know what I'm looking at. What's that?
No.
I don't see anything. What do you want me to look at?
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Can't. What? Uyghurs? Huh? I can't. What? Okay. So, Team Reptile just came in.
I feel like if you actually grabbed somebody like physically and been like, dude, what the fuck? The answer would be like, well, we ported it to the Xbox back in 2006. What do you guys want?
Yeah. So, fuck it. They're doing it. Team Reptile, best possible hands this could be handed to. I never would have. It's such a perfect match, but I just didn't know if they were like interested in doing that genre, and it turns out they are, and it's like fucking go, take it and skate off into the horizon with that baton.
I should point out that people said that Sega did listen about Yakuza, in particular Yakuza 5 coming to the West, and that is not true. Sony listened, and then Sony made that happen, and then that sold well enough for Sega to start re-releasing them in the future.
Okay, well, maybe they just got
Sega
really.
Don't listen.
Maybe Sega just got really scared and thought, you know, graffiti is a crime. and we should not be encouraging that or this nasty rap music. And they decided to never go down that road ever again. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe Sega released that game when they were more south on the political compass, and then they took a trip north.
I think it's way more likely that it didn't make waves at the company monetarily, and thus people who work there literally don't know what it is.
But I mean, at the same time, like, people, at least in the West, have been very vocal about loving this thing for a while. And
yeah,
the
but
Sega,
hear that.
and the guy running the Sega account knows, certainly.
Yeah, but those guys have no power.
And the guy who made the soundtrack has been yelling at them for his entire
and they don't
life.
know who he is.
Of course.
He's just some guy in their office.
So, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. All right, listen. Let's hurry this up. Quick emails. Speed round.
I got time for like one email, two tops, man. My thing is yelling at me that is dying.
All right. Goatmeal says, I once had a friend tell me he watches anime in fast forward so he can get through more episodes per sitting. In my opinion, this is absolutely insane. What are the worst ways you've heard of people consuming media?
People watch us in fast forward.
They certainly do. But I understand that. That's very sane. Anime in fast forward is
1.25 and 1.5, but 2 or 3, like, what the hell?
To the point where you can't really hear what's happening anymore. That's lunacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very.
Take that shit so literally.
Imagine trying to have a conversation with somebody who watched something like that as if they understood what they were seeing.
Yeah.
That's very frustrating.
Maybe the kids are just faster than us.
I hate your friend. That sucks. All right.
Your friend sucks.
Hey, what's going on?
Me?
You, this week.
I'm going to be streaming the end of Katana Zero, the Blasphemous DLC, Fall Guys, and probably Horizon this week over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Don't know what time I'm going to be starting. Need to figure that out with Paige, because we got to figure out who's going to be awake at what times to take care of baby and whatnot. And I can't take care of the baby while streaming. But you can check that out at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Hopefully we'll be able to get baby on camera this week, but it depends on whether Elmo is in a good mood or not.
Cool. Over on Wooly Versus, I will announce the schedule later on tonight. I have to confirm what days I can stream. It's going to be a light week, again, because I'm working on some shit, so it is what it is. But I'll try to get some stuff in there. Definitely on the channel, you can check out the Smash Melee with Rollback, and the guy who put Rollback into Melee is on the channel and Get Into Fighting Games. Halo 3 started. That's going to be going on. GSP has joined the team of compilation makers on the channel, so that's awesome. So we put up the first, which is the Halo CE compilation. Has a lot of fun stuff going on in that. Check it out for a nice little 1 hour run through of my Halo journey in Halo 1. And Paper Mario Thousand Year Door continues as well, so keep an eye out for some of that stuff. We're going places. Things are popping off. It's pretty great. I'll let you know. Check my Twitter for the schedule this week.
Yeah, you'll find the schedule when I make it on my Twitter.
There you go.
That's Pat Stares At on Twitter, by the way.
And that's Wooly Versus.
All right, podcast is over. We did it.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.